Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business as usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new forest positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
Our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Nickel fuels the green energy, but sustainable mining defines its true impact. From hydropower to HVO, we push the boundaries of sustainability. At PT Valley, our mission goes beyond carbon. It's about harmony. Because our work today shapes the world tomorrow.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new Forest Positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
Our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Nickel fuels the green energy, but sustainable mining defines its true impact. From hydropower to HVO, we push the boundaries of sustainability. At PT Valley, our mission goes beyond carbon. It's about harmony. Because our work today shapes the world tomorrow.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new forest positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency.
Nickel fuels the green energy, but sustainable mining defines its true impact. From hydropower to HVO, we push the boundaries of sustainability. At PT Valley, our mission goes beyond carbon. It's about harmony. Because our work today shapes the world tomorrow.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low-carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Good morning and welcome to the Chairman of the Regional Representative Council Indonesia, Bapak Sultan Bahtiar Najamuddin. Welcome, Pak. And of course, welcome to our esteemed speakers. I see some familiar faces, frequent speakers, and it's great to see some new friends as well. Well, I do apologize for the delay. There was some unexpected circumstances this morning at the main entrance of the blue zone, causing congestion for a lot of people to walk in. Okay, let's get on to it. We're going to talk about strengthening the indigenous people and local communities, IPLC, in forest area. So IPLC play a central role in preserving the forest and its surrounding communities. In Indonesia, many of the forest area are still within their settlement. But the economic potential for sustainable forests under IPLC is often underutilized. To set the tone for the discussion this morning, please join me in welcoming the chairman of the Regional Representative Council Indonesia, Bapak Sultan Bahtiar Najamuddin, for a keynote.
Yeah, sorry, I have problem with my leg. Injury soccer. So around 2 months ago, I have a very good event with Minister of Agriculture. We plant the corn, and after this, I play soccer with young people. So I crash landed. So I'm sorry. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. How are you? Everybody, I hope today is a good day. And as the Speaker and Chairman of Indonesia Senate, I have come with sincere greeting from all region of Indonesia to speak about strengthening indigenous people and local communities in forest area to increase economy benefit. For that, let us look at development of democracy in the past 5 years. Let me deliver a mixed language, right? Bahasa in English. Yeah, as I said, we will see, let us look at the development of democracy over the 5 years. In many countries, democracy has reached saturation point. It has often caused instability due to the internal and external factors. Rapid change that from geopolitical dynamic and technological disruption, as well as lack of innovation, have created a gap between true ascent of deliberative democracy and its current practices that endanger the environment. These trends are being aggravated by declining capacity of the environment as the result of over-exploitation of natural resources, including forests. The pursuit of profit-oriented quantitative instead of qualitative growth has only brought forth threats and dangers to climate change and the global warming mitigation effort. We need a new paradigm, new strategy, because all mitigation paradigm have only leads us to bigger threat to the environment. In Indonesia, therefore, I published a book last year entitled Green Democracy. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, teman-teman semua, 1 tahun yang lalu, sebelum saya jadi ketua DPD RI, saya meluncurkan buku Green Democracy. Green Democracy yang tadi saya sampaikan bahwa ini muncul dari begitu banyak masalah keprihatinan, tapi bukan di Indonesia, bukan hanya di Indonesia, tapi di dunia. Nah, tadi saya sampaikan bahwa akhirnya kami munculkan buku Green Democracy dan baru 5 hari yang lalu, saya bersama hampir 25.000 masyarakat, lebih dari 30 duta besar di Indonesia, kemudian ada para kepala daerah, gubernur, bupati, wali kota, lalu aktivis lingkungan, kemudian masyarakat umum, kita merayakan atau berjalan bersama yang saya namakan Green Democracy Fun Walk, kurang lebih 5 km, dan kita tetapkan bahwa 9 November kemarin sebagai Green Democracy Day atau Hari Demokrasi Hijau. Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya mau sampaikan ada beberapa hal, karena ini relate betul dengan tema kita pada hari ini, dengan posisi kami sebagai anggota DPD. Anggota DPD itu mewakili daerah-daerah di Indonesia. Kenapa kami katakan bahwa green demokrasi? Nah, dari podium ini juga saya mau sampaikan bahwa saya mengajak seperti kemarin ada konferensi of parties investment, saya mau mengajak semua negara untuk bergabung dalam gerakan demokrasi. Kita mulai dari Indonesia, karena Indonesia adalah negara tropis yang paling besar, kita punya indigenous people yang paling banyak, kita punya kepulauan yang paling besar, 17.000 pulau lebih, kita punya etnisitas yang luar biasa, makanya kampanye dalam gerakan Green Demokrasi kita mulai dari Indonesia. Kami pelopori ini dengan keyakinan bahwa inovasi demokrasi harus mampu mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkualitas, yang pro ekosistem dan pro ekologi, agar musyawarah, kebijakan dan program demokrasi benar-benar memberi dampak positif bagi kesejahteraan masyarakat. Karena menurut kami, menurut sejarah Indonesia dan tentu juga dunia, masyarakat adat, indigenous people, adalah penjaga pertama dan terbaik bagi hutan, sungai, dan tanah yang kita huni. Bagi komunitas hutan, hutan bukanlah aset untuk dieksploitasi, melainkan semesta, kehidupan, dan sumber keberlangsungan. Mereka memiliki hukum adat yang mengajarkan bahwa kehidupan tidak akan lestari jika seluruh pohon ditebang dan sungai mengering. Oleh karena itu, alam harus diberi kesempatan untuk beristirahat. Ya, Bapak Ibu sekalian, when we talk about indigenous people, we must also talk about their local wisdom, which are crucial for formulating a global strategy toward forestry and overland uses, net sink 2030, as well as transformation to inclusive green economy. The Indonesian government and a parliament are committed commitment to making the forestry sector a key pillar in a climate change mitigation. We have reduced deforestation rate to its lowest point in 2 decades, rehabilitate 3.6 million hectares of land, and expanded the forest-based carbon economy. Indonesia is very seriously committed to strengthening the economy value of carbon, as mandated by a decree issued by my president, our president, Mr. President Prabowo Subianto, which included carbon trading and greenhouse gas emission control. This policy has been reinforced by the second National Determined Contribution (NDC) Climate Commitment Document, which play a crucial role in fostering sustainable economy. In Indonesia is NDC, the second NDC, in September 2022, has set a target of reducing greenhouse gas emission individually to 31.98% and collectively to 43.20% with international support. Indonesia has also fulfilled its obligation under the 2015 Paris Agreement, and it is targeting net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. We will also regret more than 10 million hectares of degraded forests and empower local communities to have sustainable future. The Indonesian Senate has promoted a development model that balances prosperity, sustainability, and local wisdom. We therefore propose that South-South cooperation involving tropical forests, rich countries such as Indonesia, Brazil, Congo, and our partners in ASEAN be strengthened through exchanges of indigenous people, knowledge, and local wisdom. Also, crucial at this moment is completion of an inclusive carbon financing scheme and development of an interparliamentary green legislation platform to ensure protection of the right of local communities. To do this, the Indonesian Senate has initiated 3 bills. First, the draft law on climate change management, which will serve as a national legal foundation to regulate carbon pricing, cap and trade, and carbon offset mechanism at the national and regional levels. When passed into law, it will also encourage climate fiscal transfer, financial incentive for regions that successfully reduce emission and preserve the natural environment. This is a concrete form of legislative climate diplomacy by Indonesia's Senate. Second, the draft law of the protection on indigenous people, which included not only recognition of their right, but also a protection and empowerment of such peoples. This bill will integrate indigenous knowledge and incorporate the traditional knowledge or indigenous people into global solution to the climate crisis. Third is the bill on regional island as an integral part of the Indonesian archipelago, which will ensure the right of people on those many islands and preserve the environment at the same time, while ensuring fair utilization of natural resources therein. I therefore hope that this COP30, is not only a mere venue for a policy presentation, but also a space for a rising awareness for fulfilling multilateral commitment. One that will spur all participating countries to take concrete action on a climate change and a global warming mitigation effort. From the Sahara Desert of the Amazon rainforest, and from the coast of Sumatra to the mountains of Papua, the Mother Nature is whispering the same message. Life can only be sustainable if human beings live in harmony with it in the balanced way. All these are contained in my book's Green Democracy, because not only is restoring the Mother Nature of our shared ecological responsibility, it is our highest spiritual and political duty to sustain human civilization. Terima kasih banyak teman-teman semua. Thank you, obrigado. Makasih.
Thank you, Chairman of the Regional Representative Council Indonesia, Bapak Sultan Bahtiar Najamuddin. So 9 November, we celebrated the Green Democracy Day to ensure that the indigenous people and all the people have the rights to participate in the decisions that affect their life and its surrounding environment. So we will touch base on the strategy to strengthen the role and capacity of the IPLC, the indigenous people and local communities. And together we're going to work on the forest-based business models that provide economic incentives for them, as well as some innovative financing schemes and incentives that could probably can increase their income, but at the same time maintaining its forest cover. So let's get started by inviting our moderator for the session. Please welcome. He is the Policy Advocacy Manager, Climate Reality Project Indonesia, Bapak Ari Wijanarko Adi Pratomo.
Thank you, Ka, and good morning to all the delegates. Distinguished delegates, panelists, colleagues, and friends. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all, and have a good morning here at Indonesian Pavilions in COP30 in Belem, Brazil. My name is Ari Wijanarko Adi Pratomo, and I will be the moderator for these sessions. I am from the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. Across Indonesia, as mentioned before by Bapak Ketua, indigenous people and also local communities have safeguards forests for generations. Their stewardship is not only ecological, but also cultural, economic, and essential to Indonesia's climate ambition. Before we begin, please allow me to introduce the panelists. First, we have Bapak Yuli Prasetyo Nugroho, the Director for Social Forestry Empowerment, Ministry of Forestry. Bapak, please come forward. Please give a round of applause to Bapak Yuli. Second, we have Ms. Lindsay Allen, Executive Director, Climate and Land Use Alliance. Please warm up applause for Ms. Lindsay. Oh, sorry. Miss Carolina. Apologies for that. Apologies. Third one, we have Mr. Liv John Fosse, Senior Representative from the Norwegian International Climate and Forest Initiative, NICFI. Bapak Liv, please come forward. Thirdly, we have Ms. Endah Trikurniawati, Director of Fundraising and Development from the Indonesia Environmental Fund. Please give a round of applause for Ibu Nia. And lastly, but not the least, we have Ms. Kania Ramania, Senior Program Specialist from HUMA. Please give her a warm-up applause. So thank you, dear panelists. And since this is the Indonesian Pavilion, probably if it is okay, I will call you Bapak and Ibu, as the way we are directed in Indonesia. So today will be a very interesting discussions, especially that today we also have the protests from the indigenous people that actually also creating a bit of the problem for our sessions, but that's the discussions and that's the dynamic that happened during the COP. So I would probably direct my first question to Pak Yuli from the Indonesian Minister of for Forestry. Pak Yuli, my first question would be, what specific policies or scheme have proven most effective in involving adat and local communities in forest management, Pak?
Thank you, Pak Moderator and colleagues. With Pak John, it's third time we meet in one session. I think the program is social forestry itself, because the social forestry we have 5 schemes of how to manage the forest, and one of the scheme is customary forest. And in the customary forest, we have now almost 400,000 hectare now, and the next phase of that we have task force now. We have task force to collaborate and accelerate the customary forest in Indonesia, and our ministry is announced in a global event 1.4 million of customary forest, and in all of the scheme of social forestry now we have 8.3 hectares, and we have beneficiaries almost 1.4 million household. I think it's a very important thing to participate the battle of climate change mitigation and adaptation plan, because they are closely to the forest, closely to the environment that the worst effect from climate change. Thank you.
Okay, Pak Yuli, very interesting since you mentioned that the indigenous community are the closest to the forest. And then there are so many programs from the Ministry of Forestry. But if I may, since its implementation, Pak, what measurable economics or social or environmental benefits, Pak, that have impacted or emerged from the social forestry?
Thank you. I think in 8.3 million hectares in 1.4 household, we need a lot of homework to have community plan, and especially adat community plan in Indonesia. And we need more hard work and need collaboration with another institution, donor, philanthropists, to accelerate the household, the most very little community in forest area, household in inner or in outside forest area need to be helped with our scheme, with management plan, with market engagement, and we need a lot of raising of their capacity to become ready with the social economic valuation. And now is more issue it in Indonesia, and we have now studying about 18 community of adat to be economic valuation. And now in 18 community we have almost 250,000 million per years. I think is very big, but we can accelerate it with help from government, GSO, and another institution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yuli. Probably I would like to also ask you the last question, Pak Yuli, if I may. Since there are a lot of discussions and a lot of good samples from the regional levels and also village levels, is there any clear success story that can be elevated, Pak, to the provincial level from the grassroots level, Pak?
Scale up. Oh yeah. I think we have best practice in Indonesia about adat community plan, and can be accelerated is with when the community is involved all the stakeholders, like women participation, youth in Adat community, I think is a very important thing when the elder and the youth and the woman can be collaboration to have one management system in the closest and the smallest community, and then they become aware, have knowledge to engage the market. I think the best practice way is collaboration in small community, and then we have another community in outer, inside, or the beside of their community to engage with their collaboration. And now we have practicing to other to local champion. We have now 90 local champions in Indonesia from youth Adat community in Indonesia, and I think we can accelerate them to make engagement with another community to make community plan in other community to all over Indonesia. But it's still need to hard work with all community, because we have now just we have 160 for community, and now we have 40% or 40 or some 40 until 60%. They have community plan.
Okay.
We need a lot of work in next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause to Pak Yuli. Thank you, Pak Yuli. Your insights on how policy frameworks, rights allocations, and also empowerment structures become real only when the communities see the benefits on the ground. Now, I would like to move to the next panels, to Ms. Carolina. We heard from the government. Now, we would like to widen the lens to the global perspective and the civil society experience, especially from KLUA, on the works in Asia, Latin America, and also Congo basins, which offer valuable comparative lessons. Ibu Carolina, if I may, I have a few questions for you following the discussion from the Minister of Forestry. Based on KLUA's experience in Brazil, Peru, or many other areas in the world, what models have been the most successful in empowering indigenous people to protect forests while improving their economic resilience?
Yes, and terima kasih. I'm very glad to be here today. There are, as you said, we work in Mexico, Central America, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, and Indonesia. And all over those different places, what we see is that the securing rights, indigenous territories, and customary forest is one of the most effective climate policies and strategies that exist. As both PACs mentioned before, it is in the indigenous territories that we see lower deforestation rates, for example, 2 to 3 less lower reforestation rates in different countries. It is 80% of the biodiversity is held in indigenous territories. And also what we see is that they are not only carbon sinks, which is something that is constantly mentioned, but I think it's also very important for us to think about the role of forests, indigenous territories, and indigenous and traditional knowledge in adaptation to climate change and resilience. We are already experiencing all the different impacts of climate everywhere, and I think it's very important for us to also put a lot of emphasis and effort on that. What we have seen all over is that securing rights is the first step, because when we have secure rights, collective rights to the territories, but then also other collective rights, we can defend those territories, make more sustainable management of those forests, and strengthen governance systems. We have to understand that we can't achieve any climate goal without the strong governance systems that are led by indigenous peoples, local communities, and in Latin America also Afro-descendants. The other element is also related to what we call in Indonesia restorative economy, which is related to valuing more standing forests than clear-cut areas, relying also, like Paz was saying, on the collaboration between different stakeholders. I would say not only indigenous peoples, women, elders, youth, but also different sectors of society, because what we are seeing is different innovation ecosystems related to local governments, the national government, including through the partnership with BPLH, with Ibunia here, but also bringing policy and research together. What we are doing at LUA is also trying to promote proof of concepts of how this restorative economy could look like, and then also link that to strategic communications and also knowledge sharing, so that we can understand, okay, what does this look like, right? Because there is no way that we can achieve all of the climate goals without transitioning the economy itself, to a low emission, climate resilient economy, and we need to start looking at the territorial level and how that can happen. CLUA works with different stakeholders doing that, including some partners here like BUMA as well, and we look forward also to, we're right now actually in a house of social bioeconomy, bringing partners from Indonesia together with Brazilian partners to talk about social bioeconomy and how we can position that as a South-South key climate solution.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. Since you mentioned before, there are several different enabling conditions for the Indonesia especially. What do you think is the most important for Indonesia to implement in terms of the enabling conditions, or which one to prioritize actually in terms of government reforms, rights strengthening, or financing solutions to elevate basically the IPLC leadership?
Yes, I think first it starts with a way of seeing the world and the narratives, right? Because we're talking not only about indigenous peoples contributing to something or participating, but actually leading and being the protagonist of climate action on the ground. So I would start first with that. Then, as you mentioned, access to finance is very important in terms of different financial mechanisms, but also direct access. One thing that CLUA and partners are supporting everywhere is also territorial funds and the connection of those funds and those organizations also with government institutions like the BPLH and policy-making institutions. So that's one, like the access to finance element and how people govern the funds and make decisions over that. Then it is related also to the connection to different existing innovations that we're already seeing also in Indonesia. Paz mentioned the acceleration task force for the customary forest, so we are also eager to support that as it brings together not only different government organizations, but also civil society organizations. And when we bring together all these different actors to put policies, to create policies, create mechanisms, I think it is when it's most effective. And then we have also been working with BPLH on blended finance, right? Also as a kind of innovation to see how we can bring not only, right now is more public finance and philanthropy, but also hopefully leverage more private finance to also then support the different social forestry enterprises that we're supporting. I know that through the partnership that we have already supported 120 social forestry enterprises with different areas of work, from nurseries to tourism, for example, and a lot of them have already reached platinum status. So now the idea is also to keep growing the ecosystem, keep connecting and learning among them. And then, of course, going back to specific numbers on how, for example, across Indonesia, in forest-dependent communities, the use of non-forest timber products make up to 45% of the income, and in Papua, it's even 65%. So we are already seeing the value for the forest communities, but I think the challenge now, and perhaps also the opportunity, is how that connects to the whole of economy transition of the whole of Indonesia.
Okay, last question, Ibu Carolina. What would be the most important priorities for the KLUA looking ahead? And how do you see the relation with the Indonesian Environmental Fund, BPLH, is going to strengthen your collaborations?
Yes, I would say there are three main priorities for KLUA's work in Indonesia, especially building on the momentum that we are seeing right now in COP30. One is to continue to partner with different organizations, including BPLH, on securing indigenous rights and customary forest, including through the collaboration and support with the Task Force for Customary Forest Acceleration. So that's one. And again, continuing to support organizations and indigenous peoples on the ground and the ecosystem of organizations themselves. That's one. The other one, as I said, is the restorative economy, and that goes from the support, continuing support to the social forestry enterprises, the business proposals, but also the connection with all the different members of the innovation ecosystem, like policy, research, national level and subnational level governments, at the same time creating these proof of concepts that I mentioned before, so that we can actually have evidence that this actually works. And then the third one, which I think is very important because was mentioned also at the beginning, is since we work in Brazil and in Latin America, what we want to do is build on the momentum of COP30 to continue the learning and exchange between Brazil and Indonesia. We have a very strong team here, a strong team led by Ibu Dewi here, also in Indonesia. So we are starting some approaches between different government institutions, also different civil society organizations, to promote learning around different topics. One is social bioeconomy or restorative economy. The other one is land tenure systems. Also government institutions, for example, here in Brazil we have the Indigenous Peoples Ministry. So we are also looking forward in the future to supporting, as we can, the Indigenous Peoples Bill in Indonesia, strengthening governance systems. And then also what we see is climate leadership from the Global South. I have seen a lot of the pictures of President Prabowo and President Lula shaking hands, and I do think we are seeing a change in multilateralism with the leadership of Global South organizations, where we have a lot of tropical forests. So I do think there's an opportunity to sustain that momentum, including work around the intergovernmental land tenure commitment and the 1.4 million hectares and hopefully more that we can continue to work on after COP.
Thank you so much, Ibu Carolina. Please give her a round of applause. Now I would like to turn our attention to the philanthropic perspective. Now we understand that the NICFI has been long-standing bilateral partner who has been supporting Indonesia for over a decade. Norway NICFI bring a result-based angle to a forest and community programs. Pak Liv, some question for you. First, on your opinion, how can Indonesia optimize economic benefits from forest resource while maintaining the local wisdom and also ecological integrity, Pak Liv? Over to you, Pak.
Thank you. And terima kasih. And noting this is a very competitive listening and speaking environment.
Indeed.
I hope I got your question right. Anyway, so social forestry, as we know, is part of Indonesia's plan to make its forest and land use sector a net sink by 2030. This means the sector will absorb more greenhouse gases than it emits. A very ambitious goal and something for others to learn from. Securing land rights and management rights for indigenous peoples and local communities is key to achieve this goal. That's why Norway is very pleased that our result-based contributions also support social forestry initiatives in Indonesia. So this social forestry program is ambitious, and what has been achieved is exemplary. The goal is to give communities management rights over almost 13 million hectares, I understand. And so far, 8 million has been achieved. Very impressive results on the ground. We also commend, of course, Indonesia's commitment, confirmed by the Minister of Forestry last week, to secure at least 1.4 million hectares, as noted already by previous speakers. So, allowing local communities, indigenous peoples, to manage forests sustainably is not only an effective way to protect forests, it also improves forest people's lives. Social forestry helps communities create sustainable income. I believe that was your question. Through activities like ecotourism or non-timber forest harvesting, and can improve food security. For instance, agroforestry allows people to grow food within the forests, which is far better for both people and nature than clearing forest for large-scale monoculture plantations. I think this is the experience we have from many places, that if you leave the forest standing, the local climate improves, there's more rain, there's less drought, and there's more food security. So agroforestry is a key part of the social forestry program, as I understand. Now, leaving time for other speakers, I shall stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Liv. Another follow-up question, Pak. From Norway's perspective, what outcomes do you hope to see from the support to community-based program like social forestry?
Right. So Norway believes that indigenous peoples, other communities, are the best guardians of the forests. There is a lot of documentation now, including from the IPCC and the IPBS, the equivalent panel for the CBD, that where indigenous peoples and local communities' rights are recognized, there is substantially less deforestation, as we just noted. But there are some conditions that must be fulfilled, and these have been formulated by the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities, of which Aman is a member. These include access to territories which they have traditionally occupied, opportunity to maintain the forests that sustain their livelihoods and their spiritual values and traditional knowledge. And this is what indigenous peoples refer to by self-determination. Important to note the difference, right? It's the opportunity to maintain their values and their lifestyle. And I believe social forestry, and especially hutan adat akselerasi, is a great way of doing that. So it's really exemplary of Indonesia to go forward this way. And if I understand the speaker, Pa Bakhtiar, correctly, I understand the Bill of Indigenous Peoples' Rights is also on the table now, which is fantastic news. Thank you so far.
Thank you, Pak Liv. And probably the last question, Pak. What type of monitoring or impact reporting would you like to consider the most meaningful and transparent, Pak?
Well, quite simply, we have quite some experience now from many regions that using their traditional knowledge and management practices, communities everywhere, indigenous peoples, Adat communities, local communities, they can contribute significantly to forest monitoring, especially when they are allowed to live in their traditional areas in the forest. They see what's happening. They have generational knowledge to tell them what is happening to the forest. What is happening to the forest under climate change? Why are the changes so fast? They understand from past knowledge that what must be done. They can contribute to scientific knowledge and scientific monitoring. And I believe that would be the best result and the best opportunity to protect our forests more effectively. And this applies in some areas in Norway, it applies in other areas in Indonesia and everywhere in between. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Leif. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Pak Leif, for the emphasis of transparency and co-benefits outcome, which is crucial for strengthening trust and also long-term cooperations. Now, I would like to move towards the next panelist, Ibu Nia, from the BPLH, or the Indonesian Environmental Fund. Ibu Nia, we know that the Indonesian Environmental Fund determines whether community programs can receive sustainable and also long-term financial support. In your opinion, Ibu Nia, how will Indonesian Environmental Fund support community-based programs under social forestry? Can you share recent financing or disbursement models, Ibu? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Ari. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, maybe the first thing we would like to share is regarding the role of IF. So the role IF of Indonesian Environment Fund or BPLH is to support the government project program regarding the international commitment and also national commitment. So at this point, when the establishment of IF since 6 years ago, we developed a theory of change and we coordinate with the relevant land ministry, and then we set up the priority program and also the outcome, what kind of the outcome and also the program thematic will be achieved. And then based on the coordination, we set up 5 thematic program, and one of them is the FOLU and ecosystem management. And for the outcome, inter alia regarding the emission reduction and also sustainable livelihood. So it means one of the outcome related to the sustainable livelihood is one of our concern as well. And based on the existing fund that we are managing right now, of course, we would like to develop a kind of the financial ecosystem for the social forestry program in Indonesia. And then referring to the business process of the social forestry program, which covers that in the first beginning, the government will permit the social forestry forest management inside forest area, and then after that the government also require social forestry group to develop the business plan of the social forestry, and then the next, of course, they have to run the business of social forestry. So at this point, in the beginning, IF will provide a grant to the social forestry group or adat community group Indonesia using the grant scheme in Indonesia. And after the enabling conditions strengthened by using the grant, we also provide revolving fund using the state budget, Bapak Ibu. And then right now we already have around 50,000 debtor distributed around Indonesia. We provide state revolving fund with low interest. Maybe this is the lowest interest in Indonesia because we only provide 3% interest rate for the revolving fund. And then after that, we also maybe in the next or in the future, we also do hope the social forestry group or adat community group can develop their business and also scale up the market. And at this point, we also under process to develop blended finance for assist them to get the market, to scale up the market. And by having the blended finance, of course, we do hope we can mobilize the private fund, maybe starting by identifying the off-taker in the beginning, and then after that we can look for the investor to put some investment to be a capital of the community group, to scale up their business, and then at the end maybe they can scale up their class of the social forestry group, maybe starting from the KUPS, we call it KUPS, or maybe a social forestry group into the company, because there is some or one example in Sumatra. So from social forestry group, they become a company, and then they already export the commodity to the Dubai. So this is kind of the good example for us how we can make other community group to do the same thing This is maybe the thing that we already have right now.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Nia. The follow-up question from that, since you mentioned there are different funds that are already available, is there any kind of achievement that can be shared with us, Ibu, on those different funds?
Yeah. Thank you, Mas Ari. Since IF establishment 6 years ago, we already managed around 1.7 billion US dollar, and then 50% of the fund is intended for forestry issue. And then, of course, when we talk about the forestry issue, it will be included. It will be included issue of the community, including social forestry issues at this point. And then right now, we have good cooperation with the KLUA and also Norway. And then from the KLUA, right now the collaboration already closed, but hopefully there will be a continuation. And then referring to the collaboration with the KLUA, we already have some achievement. Maybe the first one, we already assist to around 1.7 community group, adat community group surrounding Indonesia. And we also already assist community group or adat community group, customary group to establish social forestry business plan. Around 90 customary group in Indonesia. And also maybe the most important, because refer to the Pak Menteri statement in the previous maybe couple days ago, that the government has commitment to accelerate the recognition of the forest area, customary forest area, around 1.4 million hectare. And then using the KLUA fund, we already support for customary forest recognition, and then for 12 forest recognition is under process right now. And then we also have a good collaboration with Norway as well, because we got around 216 million US dollar for the follow netting. And then one of the comment of follow netting, as we know, that is regarding the rehabilitation, and then sub of component rehabilitation is social forestry. So some of the fund is also intended to social forestry program, but because the program is still running, we haven't measured the achievement yet right now. And also another fund coming from the Green Climate Fund. This is incentive from Green Climate Fund over emission reduction under the program RED Plus. And then the fund is also contributing to the acceleration of the social forestry permit around 2.5 million hectares. So this is maybe just some of achievement, but we do hope by assisting collaboration with the international partner, we can achieve more later on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Nia. Last question, Ibu Nia. Since Ibu Nia mentioned about the linkage of the social forestry, sustainable livelihoods, and also carbon finance, I would like to ask you, Ibu Nia, what kind of lessons we can draw from those linkages, Bu, between the social forestry, sustainable livelihood, and also carbon finance?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Sorry, the linkage, Ibu, the linkage of the our lesson learned in the linkage of the social forestry, sustainable financing, and also carbon finance.
Maybe based on the lesson learned that we have, I think it is important we assist the adat community group in Indonesia to define what the priority commodity that can potentially develop that can develop into the market. This is the first thing. And the second one, of course, maybe we also can focusing on downstream processing. We can start how adat community to maintain the supply of the commodity, and then how they can develop the supply chain, and then how the standardize of the community. So if we have all of those things, I think we can make sure that commodity generated by the adat community can enter to the market later on in the future, I think. That's all I think for the lesson learned right now.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Nia. Please give her a round of applause. Now I would like to move our attentions to Huma. We're going to close these discussions with the civil society and right-based perspective. since Huma works directly with the Adat communities and brings essential insight from the ground, I would like to ask Ms. Kanina Ramania, Kak Kanina, what lesson or good practices from community-led initiative should inform Indonesian environmental funds, forest and nature finance strategy, and how can they mainstream nationally, Kak Nina? Over to you.
Cik. Thank you so much for the question. Good morning, delegates. Selamat pagi, Bom dia. My name is Kanina Ramania. I'm from Huma as a communication officer. So to answer that question, thank you so much for the question. Our best practices have included the carrying out of our program called Sekolah Pendamping Hukum Rakyat. And in that we have, for the lack of better word, given capacity building initiatives for the indigenous peoples so that they can be empowered and they can draft contracts or they can negotiate so that when extractive industries or even when they are face to face with the government that is trying to go into their livelihood from their living space and take away the very little that they have. This program, Sekolah Pendamping Hukum Rakyat, from our experiences have been proven to provide and empower them to be able to have a bargaining power when they are face to face with extractive industries, government. Not only that, we have to emphasize the importance of the recognition of customary forest in that we need to acknowledge that at the end of the day, the best practice from our experiences that the recognition of customary forest has been proven to improve their quality of life, and it is from all kinds of aspects, ecology, their economy. So that it is important to note that at the end of the day, recognition of customary forests, that should be the priority.
Okay, thank you, Kak. If I may follow up to that, Kak Kanina, what do community needs most to optimize the benefit sharing, whether it's a legal recognition, market access, or financial literacy, Kak Kanina?
Okay, thank you so much. What the indigenous peoples and local communities need the most, first of all, we have to acknowledge that while we are talking about indigenous peoples and local communities, we should have their representatives in the panel with us today, right? That should not be out of question. But to answer that question from the little we know from our experiences, it is important to give an emphasis for a rights-based paradigm as opposed to investment-based paradigm. And why is that important? It is because in the current SNDC, the 2031 to 2035, we have to acknowledge that indigenous peoples and local communities have not been put at the forefront of the SNDC. We have to acknowledge that apparently their existence in the SNDC has only been acknowledged as best practice, as only mentioned as best practice, and this means that our government has not prioritized their rights, their well-being, their livelihood, and that we should be able to criticize this. So to conclude the answer to that question, we need to shift the paradigm from investment-based paradigm to rights-based paradigm and see what indigenous peoples and local communities actually need and put their rights at the forefront.
Thank you, Kak Ananina. Since you also underlined the importance of the right-based paradigm, I would like to ask the last question, but also probably the most important for me. Since we are at the COP30, what is the key message and also equity messages should Indonesia and also other developing countries emphasize in climate finance negotiations? What role can the civil society and also customary society plays on this one, Kak Anina? Over to you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. What role can civil society play? The first one, we have to acknowledge that civil society has become pushing power, whistleblowers, to make sure that negotiations or discussions about economic benefits or opportunities do not fall into yet another green corruption, green grabbing. Civil society has a role to do that, to ensure that. And the second one, civil society needs to and has the role to ensuring that negotiations do not lose its importance, its partiality to vulnerable communities and the people who need it the most. And the third one is that there is a dire importance for civil society to include the voices of indigenous peoples, local communities, farmers, women, youth at the forefront. And this means that the commitment to not only vulnerable groups, but I will only talk about indigenous peoples and local communities here. It is important that us as civil society, we have to acknowledge that the commitment to indigenous peoples and local communities' rights should not only take places in forums like this, and this means that the discussions of indigenous peoples and local communities' rights have to prioritize the indigenous peoples' bills, the ones that have been postponed for more than 10 years. It is important to acknowledge that discussion should exist outside of these forums as well.
Thank you so much, Kak Anina. Please give her a round of applause. Unfortunately, delegates, we are running out of time. I've been notified by the committee that we're running out of time. Distinguished delegates, today's discussions underscores one powerful message. When indigenous people and local communities lead, forests thrive, and climate solutions become both sustainable and just. Indonesia's experience shows that rights, governance, and financing must work hand in hand to unlock community leaderships. On behalf of the Indonesian Environmental Fund and the Indonesian Pavilion, thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much, panelists, for your insights and also engagement. I look forward for another session with the Indonesian Environmental Fund. And I will respectfully return the floor to MC. Over to you, Kak.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the speakers. Note to mention, it's worth to mention the revolving funds by IEF as low as 3 interest is very, very great, right? It's leveraging the state budget to actually help the business to set up and to scale up eventually so they can take off and run independently. And the initiative by Huma also very, very great, shifting the paradigm from investment to rights paradigm. So at the end of the day, we cannot achieve a climate goal without considering the welfare of the IPLC. Thank you, and we value your contribution. And with that, our chairman, Regional Indonesia Senate, would have to distribute a book that's written by himself, Pak Bahtiar. Would you take the honor to distribute the books that's written by you It's in relation to the green democracy that he just mentioned at his keynote. One more, on behalf of IEF, our colleague Mas Agata would like to hand over a special merchandise also by IEF for the wonderful discussion today. Door, as well as Brunei. Okay. Does anyone know the island I'm talking about? It's very obvious. It's right up there. It's Borneo. But, okay, Borneo, this island have lots of special species, endemic wildlife. Would anyone entertain me by telling me just one of them? And if you can, I have a special merchandise for you. And this is only for our international audience, I would say. I'm sorry. Just want to check your geographic knowledge about our Indonesia. So, can you name just one endemic species or animal from Borneo that's only belong to Borneo? Anyone would have a take? Nobody know, Prof. Yatna. I'm very surprised. Okay, Prof. Yatna will tell us what they are at during his session later on, okay? So, Borneo Assessment Report published by the Science Panel for Borneo, or in short, SPB, demonstrates the island offers immense potential for sustainable transformation. Sadly speaking, Borneo faces escalating rises. Oh, you again, and you left something again? For the second time? Okay. See you again. Thank you. Well, Borneo faces escalating crises from floods, from fires, and 1/3 of its forest area almost vanished due to palm oil, due to mining, and urban expansion. So, our next discussion will touch upon the challenges and opportunities in Borneo and some science-based findings in safeguarding Borneo's future, as well as actionable solutions in or for sustainable development in Borneo. So let's call upon our moderator. He is a scientist as well as co-chair SPB from Indonesia State University. Please join me in welcoming Professor Yatna Supriyatna. Okay, and to accompany him, let's welcome our all speakers. First, Ms. Professor Emma Torres, Vice President of the Americas and Strategic Partnerships. And Professor, let's welcome her. Take your time. Okay. Professor Maslin Mohtar from Sunway University. He is also the co-chair, Science Panel Borneo, as well as, oh, that's it? Oh, Ms. Yuan Yong Leong from Sunway, also a professor. Oh, it's a powerful panel we have today, all professors. So if you don't have that title, don't worry to be on the stage today. Okay, we have also another professor, Daniel Mudiarso from C4 Aircraft. Pak Daniel. Oh, you can switch from being a moderator and a speaker or anything in between, yeah? Last but not least, we have Dr. Minhas Farid Ahmed, lecturer and research fellow, Institute for Development and Environment, Lestari University, Kebangsaan Malaysia. Over to you, Prof.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Thank you for coming. I mean, those who are still outside, please come to the very interesting meeting because we have all the professor here. Professor usually don't come to this conference, but this is time is a very important because this is the fate of Borneo. So let me tell you about the why is it Science Panel for Borneo. So previously, I think Professor Emma Torres from the New York office, UNSDSN, she will explain about what the UNSDSN plus what is the science panel for Amazon, science panel for Congo Basin. Fortunately, we have Professor Bonaparte here from Africa who attending. And also, I think we, of course, today is going to discuss our report. Our report is a very, very thick report. It's about more than 340 people, 340 scientists working from Indonesia, from Sabah Sarawak and Malaysia, and also from Brunei. You know that the ticks like this, about 2,000 pages, so we don't bring it here. Because if you don't bring here, I think you're gonna have to spend so much energy and so on and so on. So today, we're going to have just what we are finding, right? So going to have, you know, let me still little bit explain. And Professor Mazlin is from Director of Ecology from UNSDA and Asia, but also as a professor, is co-chair of the Science Panel for Borneo. Professor Yan Yung Leong is also working on mostly on agriculture, sustainable agriculture, and so on. And then, of course, my colleague from Indonesia is the head of the Indonesian Academy of Science. So we want to hear from him how the science into policy and how that after very thick report and then how do we do it, right? And then how do we communicate between the whole scientists? It's not easy, you know. 2 scientists also is already a headache. Now we have 340 scientists, so you can imagine that is really every scientist has different meaning, has different or whatever they want to, right? And then Dr. Minas will explain how do we communicate it between scientists and scientists. So that's really going to be it. But without further ado, in fact, originally, Professor Jeffrey Sah is hopefully coming at the time, but unfortunately he will not come. But Professor Emma Torres is deputy of vice chairman of UNSDSN. On behalf of him, he will explain also what is the story behind all the science panel from South America, Africa, and Asia. So that's really the context of our discussion. So without further ado, let's have the presentation from Professor Emma Torres. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, Yadna. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you here. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you here. And what I wanted to tell...
This one.
Great. Like Yadna was saying, why the Sustainable Development Solutions Network decided to support the establishment of science panels. I think the main important thing is to understand that this network is a network of over 2,000 universities globally that are accompanying the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, as also the implementation of the Paris Agreement. But within that context, what is interesting is also to see that our countries need a lot more science and evidence base to make informed decisions. And this is particularly true in the context of tropical forests. Tropical forests are not well known. There is some research, obviously, in the countries, particularly, I would say, to some extent in the Amazon, to some extent in Southeast Asia, but a lot more needs to be done, and a lot more investment have to be done on science, research, for policy making. And why is important tropical forests to invest on that? Because sustainable development and conservation in tropical forests can only happen in tropical forests. The North does not investigate or do research on tropical forests. So it's the responsibility of our countries to really do that research, that innovation that will lead to conservation and sustainable development in tropical forests. And tropical forests are very important biomes. There's the infrastructure for the development and the economies of the countries of the tropical forests, of the regions, but also globally. The tropical forests have tremendous role at the global level and certainly at the regional level, and it's very little understood. So this is the origin of why we wanted to invest in putting together these panels. And it's been very rewarding because altogether these panels mobilized close to 1,000 scientists from the 3 regions. They made their assessment. For instance, the Amazon did their first assessment on what is the state of the basin. And the second assessment that came to this COP of the Amazon is the connectivity and the relevance of the connections to preserve this ecosystem as a connected system, not only in terms of the biome, but also in terms of the waters, in terms of the flying rivers, culturally connected. And why is this so important? And I think this is the second dimension, that it will have tremendous relevance for policy making, because what happens in one country, like in Brazil, has an impact in Bolivia or has an impact in Colombia. So the system has to be managed as a regional basin. And the same, now we had another report. There's 2 panels have produced their 2 reports. Congo is the second one that we launched yesterday. And again, Congo Basin is one of the most important basins in terms of tropical forests. And it's less understood, even less understood than the Amazon. So again, there needs to be, and this is the case that the panel is going to make, to invest in research and in terms of understanding the Congo. Because, for instance, the Amazon knows areas that are going to be reaching tipping point, but we don't know about Congo. We don't know if there are areas that are reaching tipping point or they are not, because there's not enough knowledge. And this is something that needs to be invested. So I think this is very important in terms of the Congo Basin panel produced a report with their first assessment, but also identified research gaps, areas that need to be understood better. So that's something that is particularly relevant. And thirdly, we have Borneo. I'm not going to enforce it because you will hear the full presentation. But what I would like to highlight is, what are the kind of questions that these 3 panels should work together? For instance, what does it mean to have a sustainable city in a tropical forest? Very different that is in the north. And I think, again, in the case of the science panel of the Amazon, we haven't started with a policy brief, but we need to do it in the other panels. Particularly Borneo, which is going to become the capital of Indonesia. They need to understand how they're going to build a sustainable capital in a tropical forest. In the case of Congo, this is a fast-growing area. There's a lot of increase of population, so many cities are going to be built in the Congo. So again, they need to do it differently. They cannot do it like in the north. And I was going to quote also the same thing with sustainable infrastructure. How do you have sustainable infrastructure in a tropical forest with minimum impact on the environment? It's a question that all these regions have to address. And I also would like to conclude with one quote of a professor. And by the way, I'm not a professor. I'm going to correct that. I worked all my career at the United Nations, but I admire professors and scientists. One professor that I was in a panel with said something fascinating. She said, the Global South needs to develop their own solutions, because the model we are living right now is an obsolete model that has created tipping points ecologically, but also social tipping points. So we have a responsibility to build an alternative model, and in particular the next generation that is having so much pressure with climate change, with population growth, with inequity. They have to build a transformative model, and I'm very confident that our science panels are going to make a contribution to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I think this is really good introduction, mentioning about the 3 science panel, because that's really important how that Emma start the evolution from here, Brazil, and the rest of the South America into the Africa. And then the last one is 2024, yeah, starting Borneo. Then Tom proposed for another science panel. So anyway, but let me, how that really the science panel works, we're going to hear from the co-chair of the science panel for Borneo, Professor Mazlin, who is been working in Borneo for quite long times, but also he's been vice rector at the university in Borneo and many other jobs. So I don't have to spell out one by one, but his experience and his leadership in the Borneo during the exercise, assessment, and so on and so on. You can imagine that we together trying to manage 300 scientists. So I think it's going to be very interesting to hear how he really managed really well on this one. The time is your Prof.
Terima kasih Professor Jatna. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, bon dia. Thank you so much to all our friends and supporters who had come this morning. Before we move on, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our brothers and sisters from the other 2 basins. Of course, from Amazon, Emma and Danielle standing up there, and Isabella. And then our colleagues far away from Congo Basin, Dr. Bonaventure, and Dr. Stella. Yeah, the 3 brothers and sisters are here this morning. Anyway, without much ado, Emma has explained the idea of forming the science panel, and that science, mind you, is not only STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but maybe what's more important is the SSH, social science and humanity. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of Dato' Roslan. He's the Deputy Director General of Forestry Peninsula Malaysia, and the lady in front, Dr. Low, Malaysian Palm Oil Board. Aha, Borneo, everybody is looking at your palm oil. So any questions, Dr. Low? But anyway, the goodness of the science panel is very, very clear. Otherwise, we wouldn't have received the second report of the science panel of the Amazon. That means things are moving very well. So we knew some of the important issues of Borneo, of course, deforestation, orang-utan, palm oil, mining, so on and so on. But ladies and gentlemen, we are in the region which is very dynamic in terms of socio-economic. That's why, pray for us. The 2,196 pages, we cannot bring it today, but if you visit unsdsn.org, you visit Science Panel Borneo, you can download the executive summary, 24 pages. And the book, from 2,190 pages, we should bring it down to about 700 pages, and we try to publish in February. Pray for us. The launching will be somewhere in February. And the title of the book is Borneo Pathway to Environmental Sustainability economic dynamism, social progress. Everything we must do with this science to balance economic development, to protect biodiversity, to protect flora, fauna. Oh my God, so difficult. So we have so many scientists. We were nervous. How many scientists had been working for maybe 30, 40 years? We were very proud. We managed to gather 346 scientists. Can you change the next slide, please? I would like to introduce the science panel for Borneo team. Otherwise you say, apalah ini Professor Mazlin cakap saja. Betul ke atau hantu belakang? No. You look at the great leaders and the members of the secretariat which are leading this Borneo team. Coming from Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia. Next one, perhaps is the more important. These are the leaders coming from the tri-nation of the Borneo. Why Borneo is important? Borneo has a lot of things to offer. Borneo has the natural resources. Borneo has a mineral. Borneo has a hydrogen economy. Borneo has, you name it, they have it. You stand up on Borneo, you look up, you can see China, Japan, Korea and all that. You look down, you can see Australia, New Zealand and all that. It is an important island, ladies and gentlemen. You don't work with us, it's going to be jeopardizing our livelihood. These are the important 21, 23 people. Every cluster is important, but we are concentrating on 7. Geography and geology, flora, fauna, Mr. Fauna is here. And then we have sustainable agriculture, the beautiful lady here. And then we have social well-being and cultural diversity. And then we have water and minerals. This is very important. Mineral. Your handphone, your electric vehicle, you name it, you are going to need all these important minerals coming from Borneo. That's why Trump came over for the ASEAN summit. But anyway, that's another matter. But last but not least is the economic development. We are aware we need to do this in a balanced way. Green economy, circular economy. What else? Green economy, circular economy. Yeah, everything. You name it, all the colors of the economy, we need to do it. So a big task for all of us. Impossible? No. Nothing is impossible until it is done. That is Nelson Mandela saying. Anyway, next one. Next one, please. Next one, please. I don't want to go through. It has been a worthwhile endeavor. Next one, please. And next one. And next one. And next one. Definitely, the inputs coming from indigenous and local communities are very, very important. We, maybe in the previous years, we thought that we are very clever. But one thing good, Science Panel Borneo will become a good catalyst to become, inshallah, the Science Panel of Southeast Asia. Beginning with the 3 countries, we hope to encourage 8 other countries in Southeast Asia to form the Science Panel. But what is more important is to make things happen at your state level and the district level, provincial level, local level. We had been talking in circles, ladies and gentlemen, for many, many years. How to do it, to bring it down. We hope the expert on sustainability communication, Dr. Minhas will share what are some secrets about sustainability communication. We need experts. So we know in order to sustain the Science Panel Borneo, we must train the next layer and the next layer so that things good will improve in the many years to come. So that means, what is a lousy point? We have good human talent in Borneo, but the problem is we are not so good about systems thinking. Systems are plenty. Oh, I'm an expert in economics. I'm an expert in sociology, psychology, but things don't move smoothly because we are not trained in systems thinking. Second, ecosystems thinking. How to do it? Who has the answer? Not us, ladies and gentlemen. You all have the answer. You must work with us. Please, we look forward. Science Panel Borneo will work with Science Panel Congo Basin, will work with Science Panel Amazon, and all the other future Science Panel of the future, we must work together. But the idea is to make knowledge centers, which is Sustainable Development Solutions, who are the members. 2,000 members are 2,000 universities and research institutes around the world. They generate knowledge. They must disseminate knowledge in an intellectual manner. How to do it? We must find out how to do it. So the idea from Science Panel Borneo, apart from moving upwards, we want to encourage universities in each state and district to become the science panel for the state, science panel for the district. We know that universities, whether you like it or not, you are doing research anyway, at the honors level, master's level, PhD level. We hope leadership from Science Panel Borneo will make that difference. Inshallah. Pray for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Mazlin. I think that overall lesson learned is very good. About after 1 year, we are really struggling to get everybody's on board and everybody's discuss all these things. But since we have 7 clusters, we do have an example of the cluster, Professor Yen Lung, who been and start from the beginning, that has been working really hard to make sure the most important thing, because Borneo, as Prof. Mazrin mentioned, that this is very important waste, oil palm, all natural resources, rare earth, and everything there. So what we have to do, and this is the very important, is about the sustainable agriculture. So without further ado, you are going to give something.
Thank you, Prof. Yatna, for your kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are my slides coming up? Okay, so let us show the next slide, which is where Borneo is. So Borneo is the world's 3rd largest island, and it spans 737,000 square kilometers, shared by Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei. Okay, so it has got it has very diverse ecosystems, including the montane forest, the vast peatland, and mangroves. So this place harbors a lot of biodiversity as well as carbon stocks. Okay, next one. Let's show the Borneo. Yes. And these features establish Borneo as a global pillar of sustainability, playing the roles of climate regulator, biodiversity sanctuary, hydrological backbone, as well as indigenous wisdom keeper. And these resources, they secure the food and water systems of the region, and that sustains the livelihoods of approximately 23 million people. Hence, conserving these ecosystems, it is very important for regional stability as well as for advancing global climate and sustainability targets. Yet, this island stands at crossroads because besides being a cultural and ecological treasure house, it is also a major supplier of commodities. And the rapid expansion of these commodities frontiers, they actually threaten the very foundations of this island. So this island is currently seeing the dynamic tension between ecological constraints, land tenures, global market pressures, as well as soil fertility constraints. So all these make the trajectory of this region of interest and of concern to the region as well as to the world. So, the question is clear. How do we organize commercial agricultural production without compromising the foundations of the island? And going beyond that, sustaining this foundation as well as adding value to it. So our Borneo Sustainable Agriculture Assessments is a cross-border synthesis, is the first cross-border synthesis of this crisis. The next slide, please. And our analysis begins with the recognition that Borneo's land use patterns is deeply rooted in the historical legacies of land laws and tenures. The 20th century saw a deliberate and decisive shift from the colonial and post-colonial land laws that progressively curtailed indigenous rights. So these laws, they deliberately failed to recognize traditional sustainability practices. For example, the indigenous Longfellow rotational Sweden systems that has sustained soil fertility for centuries. Instead, these statutory frameworks, they legally weakened indigenous land claims, subordinating customary tenures to state authority, streamlining the expansion of timber concessions and establishment of monoculture estates. These policy choices have accelerated detrimental outcomes, especially concerning soil fertility. Borneo being a rainforest, the soil is highly weathered, and it is acidic, and it is also low in nutrients. Now, continuously and intensively cultivating these soils using heavy agricultural inputs such as chemical fertilizers has led to further acidification and nutrient depletion. Most profoundly, let's show the next slide, the large-scale drainage and conversion of peatlands, particularly in Sarawak and central Kalimantan, has resulted in irreversible land subsidence, in-season fires, and massive carbon dioxide emissions. So all this is a stark warning that brute force, more of the same approach, is going to adversely impact the productivity of soil in this region. Next slide, please. So to understand this failure, we couldn't rely, the next one, we couldn't rely on linear economic models. Hence, we have used the Kabbalistic tree of life system thinking to develop this non-linear model and identify 9 aspects for us to evaluate Borneo's sustainable agriculture. The central finding, next slide. The central finding is a profound dynamic tension in land use politics. On one side are ambitious government visions and profitable global markets. And on the other side are the practical realities of ecological constraints and the soil's long-term health. So we see a system that is caught in between its addiction to profitable but extractive monocultures and the urgent need to implement ecologically sound principles. So ultimately, to secure a resilient and prosperous future, Borneo needs a paradigm shift. And what is this paradigm shift? It is actually about understanding the relationship of human beings within its ecosystem, understanding that we are all interrelated. And sustainability cannot exist in just one part of the ecosystem. It needs to exist in all parts of the ecosystem. So when sustainability exists across the ecosystem, we see vibrancy, we see radiance across the ecosystem. And that is what we call the flow of life. And we need to feed, human beings need to learn to feed this biocycle. Okay, the next one. So our assessment concludes that the urgent imperative today is to reconcile agriculture and sustainability. While efforts such as RSPO, MSPO, ISPO, Brunei's food security initiatives, and Indonesia's peatland restoration program, these are indicators of the rising consciousness of ecological constraints. However, we are also aware that their trajectories are deeply shaped by the historical land laws and policies. So, in order to make a significant change, we need a reform of these land laws. A reform of these land laws that will enable indigenous sustainability practices to be recognized, the principles to be implemented in modern agricultural systems. So the path forward requires a comprehensive response embodied in a proposed Borneo Sustainability Accord. And this accord is designed as a high-level political agreement uniting all 4 Bornean regions on 5 critical fronts. Number 1 is peatland governance and biodiversity safeguards. This is the environmental objective, the why. Number 2 is about harmonized certifications. This is the regulatory mechanism, the control. And number 3, this is the paradigm shift. This is about treating soil as a productive capital asset. It's a philosophical shift, and this is what actually Southeast Asian soils, they are not glaciated like the soils in the northern hemisphere. So this soil is actually very rich in life, and it deserves much more research than it receives now. So this is actually a resource that Southeast Asia should actively work on to draw people to work here. And this is going to create new knowledge, new industries that will uplift this entire region and create high-value jobs. And number 4, to put in place economic incentives for sustainable practices. And number 5 is R&D on establishing native crop diversity. And on this note, I will hand the time back to Professor Yatna.
Let's give applause for Professor Yu. I think that's kind of the important message, not fauna, because of course fauna is my expertise, but I think that's the most important is really on how that really talking about agriculture problem. So next is about the Dr. Minhas first. After that, going to be Professor Murdiarso to comment the whole report or assessment. So the time is your
Thank you, Professor Janna. Hello, good morning to everyone. Science panel for Borneo, as described by Prof. Mazlin, as Professor Iwan, you already know, the aim of it is to bring sustainable solutions for the effective policy implementation of the government of Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei Darussalam in order to bring sustainability. So this is a journey of more than 2 years, and having series of meetings, even seminars in Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Indonesia, so that the communication what we are making with the scientists growing from number 1 to over number 300 could be a effective effort from all of us. So can go to the next slide. I would like to mention the name of Dr. Avia, Professor Sunarto, Israuddin, and Muhammad Shafiq from University Brunei Darussalam and Indonesia NGO sector as well as university. So all of this secretariat under the leadership of our co-chairs as well as SDS and coordinators from New York office. We really blessed to have their guidance, but also the willingness to support the science panel report as well as their volunteerism towards these activities is mentioned worthy. Next slide, please. So this is the inception, the launch of Science Panel of Borneo during the COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan in 15 November 2024. With the presence of Professor Jeffrey Sachs at the Indonesian Pavilion, it was launched, followed by in Malaysian Pavilion, where the Secretary General of Ministry of Malaysia Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability were present. So from this time until today, as you have heard, the Borneo Science Plan has published the executive summary, which is available online, as well as the main report over 2,000 of pages, and which is categorized in 7 clusters. So the 7 clusters having their leaders, and under them having many authors, in total 346. So in order to communicate with all these co-leaders and the leaders under the co-leaders, we had roughly a meeting almost every week after a seminar happened in University of Brunei Darussalam in April 2015. This was the time given by the Secretariat voluntarily to accomplish the huge task, which is over 2,000 pages. So this not only an effort from the Secretariat, but also the multi-stakeholders, those who helping us from the logistic purposes, including I would like to mention the support from the New York office, especially Daniel, and also the Science Panel Amazon and Science Panel of Congo Basin. We have several online sessions with them to have the format of the report, to prepare the logo, to prepare the communication strategy for the Science Panel of Borneo. This was a huge task going behind preparing the report, which actually shaped the whole report. So next slide, please. So this is some of the pictures. First times the scientists from Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei Darussalam get together face to face and give us a very clear direction. What is the report look like be? So that what we have in hand now. Next slide, please. So this is some of the sharing from our report, that since 1970, roughly 1/3 of Borneo forest has been destroyed. The rapid land use and land cover changes, mining, industrial activities. So what is the impact of it? Can go next slide, please. You can see the red dot in the slide. That's the wild cattle in the Borneo. That's the endemic species. And in the middle, the blue indication, the color, that's the dwarf elephant, which is also the endemic species. And the last one, which is the orang-utan in the Kalimantan part, remain only 3. So this is only the fauna, endemic species, but also having the flora, which is also disturbed by the land use changes and fragmentation of management process. And also having the climate change impact, people are also need to relocate because of flooding, erosion, landslide issues. So if we cannot manage this forest properly, there will be a great impact not only to the human health but also to the environmental health. That's why the Science Panel of Borneo came in our hand to support the government with the solutions. Next slide, please. Next one. So, in short, the findings is sustainability transition that we are looking for, and of course it should be resilient. But we have the uncertainties, especially in the era of climate change. Community and indigenous leadership is must for this sustainability outcomes in the Borneo, and use of sustainability science, that is the policy and governance framework, must be institutionalized. And having the scientific data information is also helpful for the economic opportunities and to drive the ecotourism in the Borneo. And of course, the era of technology, the inclusion of artificial intelligence already existed. For example, the Borneo Sanctuary Network based in Sarawak. So some of these findings that I share with you is very helpful for Borneo to remain in the pathway towards sustainability. And I hope when the report come out, you can all see the more sustainability solutions that the scientists have gathered together. So over to you, Professor
Thank
Garna.
you, Parmizat. Let's give applause for Dr. Minhas. I have a very important person in this month. Is Professor, of course, Daniel Mudriarso. He's the chairman of the Indonesian Academy of Science, also principal scientist of the C4 ICRAF in Bogor. So, without further ado, Pak Daniel, please, what do you think about this science panel for Borneo?
Thank you, Pak Yatna. So I do not mean to judge what you've been doing, but I had the chance to interact with the chairman of the UN Sustainability Network, and it was a very fruitful interaction and trying to understand what is the challenge of the Bornean tropical rainforest. Especially, I would like to explore further and comment on the heart of Borneo. So Borneo was very large, and the heart is slightly smaller, but very important, and that is the remaining tropical forest in the region. So in my capacity as a scientist at C4 ICRAF, I've been working a lot in the lowland of Borneo, especially peatland and mangrove. And you can hear from many reports that the reduction or disappearance of lowland forests in Borneo has been very fast. So in 2005, WWF reported that the rate of deforestation was somewhere around 1.3 million hectares. That is 13 times the size of Belem, 13 times, or 15 or almost 20 times of New York every single year. So you can imagine the shrinking of the forest cover in Borneo is so fast. And it was predicted that it would disappear in a decade. And I think everything has been completed today. So that message brings us to an attention that how can we safeguard, as the title of this conversation, the safeguard of Borneo, I think is saving or safeguarding the heart of Borneo is very important. And wetland, lowland is gone or very much degraded due to various economic activities related to mining and plantation, etc., that has been mentioned earlier. But the presence of the heart of Borneo, which I was trying to interact with the UN Sustainability Network in the context of science, it is very important to bring this issue into larger community, not only scientific community or science panel of this gathering, but broader community need to hear about the emergency, the danger of the heart of Borneo today. So I think scientists need to liberate themselves from the confinement that they've been talking with each other. The word out there need to hear what you've been doing immediately, soon, rather than later. And with that, I would like to encourage the scientific panel to work with media. So what I mean by media here is not wild social media or anything like that, but your data are very important to be shared with the rest of the community, that you have findings and kind of alarming a situation that the rest of the community need to hear about it. So don't be happy and busy with yourself. So the word out there need to hear that today. No need to wait until the end of this COP or the next year COP or whatever. So you can go on and on to the COPs, but you know, things are going on in terms of disappearance of tropical forests in this very important biome in the world. Secondly, I think liberation need to be done with regard to the generation. Okay, we've been talking about the past and the current situation. It is our own conversation among us, elderly maybe people, but what about the young generation? I don't think we've done enough to do that. So in Indonesia, we have the so-called Young Academy, and it is with conscious awareness that we have to do that, because young people need to get involved immediately on the business of this destruction of the ecosystem. So Young Academy everywhere, be it in the Amazon, in the Borneo region, Sarawak, Malaysia, Sabah, Brunei, and Indonesia need to get together and work with you, and immediately, so that they can convey or receive the message that you convey or trying to convey to them. So liberation is not only to the society at large, but also liberate yourself to work with the younger generation. And I think it is very important, because they will have different challenge. They will have different view in handling this issue for their own generation. I think you're nodding your head. You agree with me, okay? Number three, trying to relate this very occasion with what has been declared last week, TFFF, okay? And it is, I think you need to engage with this process, the global process, immediately before it's getting too late, because people out there need your information when the FFF is going to be implemented. The FFF will incentivize the remaining forest and let it standing forever. And the heart of Borneo can offer a lot of things. So regardless about the amount of money, but this system of this initiative is the very initiative that the SPB need to be engaging with. So I think it's very timely when we are sitting here to get in touch with them, with the negotiator, with the political leaders, head of state, to get yourself known that the SPB in the heart of Borneo is working very hard and ready to engage with them. So with that, I would like to end my comment on the very important gathering here, and challenge you to have more information in terms of progress in the next COP of before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give applause to Professor Murdiarso. I like that the three challenge for us. One is about the data and how do we liberate the data, and finally we have to go out. Of course, scientists is always afraid of that, but I agree with you. Then I think the data has to be there. Sometimes mistake is fine. Scientists usually don't like to be mistake, but that's really important. Second one is about, very important is the, how do we work with the young generation? Here is I see this young generation, because yes, young generation is a very important. Their future, us maybe finished by the time that the Borneo is going to be good. But the third one is really important also. How did the funding situation, because the new initiative just launched by President Lula here with the President Prabowo, with many other countries to develop they called TFFF, Tropical Forest Forever Facilities. So I think I like that, the ideas, and bring it this one to this one. We have 10 minutes for question and answer. If anybody want to have that question, please let me know. Anyone? Pak Bowo, Prof. Bowo dari Bogor, from Bogor Institute, Agriculture Institute. Anyone here? We give a gimmick if you want to ask, especially the young generation. Anyone? Okay, one. So, first thing is Pak Bowo. The time is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Yatna, and thank you for all presenter in the very nice and important discussion. And then after I learned the focus of this panel discussion, particularly the Borneo initiative, but I will suggest in the coming years, perhaps, the political economic side should be focused on that matters. I already became a team leader for the last 3 years in the acknowledgement of the indigenous people in West Kalimantan, and the next years on January is on the border with the Malaysia, the North Kalimantan. So there are 8 communities of indigenous people that waiting us for the acknowledgement of their status for customary forest. Then I think the figures of this community should be also observed in depth. I agree that you already mentioned this is the point where we can learn about that. But how? In the bigger context of the regional as well as global, we can put the Borneo not only enriched in biodiversity, but also should know what is the obstacle from the political economic point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Political economy, political ecology too, right? So I think this is really good, and we're going to discuss about that. Okay.
Hello. Are you
Yes.
all able to hear me? Okay. I have a question for Professor.
No, still not really working.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hao. I have a question for Professor Mijiaso related to the topic of, how young generation needs to, I would say, be more aware and be more present into such topics and such debates. And how, I ask you, how would young generation do such thing? Because in terms of, I would say, the perception of how climate debate is right now, I would say that young youth shows some kind of despair related to how the future presents, not only to them, but I would say to us, because I am part of that young generation as well. Mostly related to see, I would say that, we are on COP30, and COP happens for almost 30 years, and the global temperature is still rising. We still face some environmental issues. So how would, what solution, not solution, but what would be your a word of wisdom to such youth that perceives the future with not only despair, but don't show any kind of interest towards that? Thank you, everyone. Oh, sorry, I didn't present myself. My name is Hao. Oh, my name? Okay, yes.
Thank you. So, anyone like to answer from Prof. Bowo and Prof. Mazlin?
Thank you, Prof. Jatna. Thank you, Pak Bowo. Yeah, we agree. Political economy is very important in our region especially. But coming from the Malaysian Borneo perspective, particularly from Sabah and Sarawak, we are very happy indeed to look at how the government, especially because in a developing country situation like us, we always look to the government. For, of course, contributions from NGOs, academia is very important. If you look at the policies of the Sarawak government, Sabah government, they are very advanced, I would say. For example, for the Sabah government, they are starting to look at the blue economy. And under the Chief Minister's office, they had set up the Sabah Maju Jaya unit looking at blue economy, and they brought in very senior people to give advice on how to embark on this. In terms of renewable energy, Sabah government in Malaysia is the first to pass a special law to look at OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion. If you look at Sarawak, even more gung-ho. They are looking at hydrogen economy because they have vast amount of water from dams that they have built in the past. And my colleague here, apart from looking at sustainable agriculture, she is also leading the ASEAN Green Future Initiative, whereby at the recent summit concluded at the end of October recently with Anwar Ibrahim as Prime Minister, calling all the heads of government of the states, or the member states of ASEAN, they agreed to sign MOU to look at ASEAN power grid, whereby, especially in the Borneo part of Malaysia and I'm sure in Kalimantan and Brunei Darussalam, is going to be an important source of renewable energy. And they are going to have access renewable energy. And how this can be fed into a Borneo power grid and ASEAN power grid of the future. So this is going to happen not in 3-5 years, it's going to happen in 10-15 years. This is one contribution where young people should come in from now. And you are going to be the leader in the district level, local authority level. You see beautiful things in terms of blueprint, energy transformation roadmap, water sector transformation 2040, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei. Fantastic, great, good, wonderful. But implementation, we need a new kind of district officer level leader. I'm not talking about government, beautiful, cutting ribbon and all that. But go home, we seems to be feeling, business as usual. This is very frustrating. So young people, please, how do we choose soon, which are among yourselves, how should you all be trained? How should government select you? What are the content of the new kind of training for you to become an effective district officer? Because at the moment, very sorry, chief ministers, premier, we seem to be looking at district officers who are very senior, and sometimes they come to conferences and seminars. We are not sure whether they can go back and implement. You see, smart people are everywhere. And universities in our region, including in Borneo, we are the top 2%, 1% in the world. We have the brains, we have the human talent. But why we are not performing? That's why I keep emphasizing the systems thinking, and to look at things in the ecosystems approach. If you manage something in the river basin, so easy to learn that in the classroom, but how to train officers, district officer in the upstream, middle stream, downstream, I don't think we are being trained like that. And how do you train the current officers? How do you train? You come to big meetings, you go home, and what next? You launch blueprint, this document, that document, and we read that United Nations agency reports are very seldom being read. I've read this somewhere in the global news. Anyway, young people, you should keep screaming, demand your government to train you in the newer way. You must tell them. Thank you.
Isn't that good? The answer? Okay, so how many minutes again? I think we don't have that, but we have to answer it. Okay, it's one more. I think that's it. So I know we need to have
Good
1 day
morning.
to get discussion.
I'm a voice from the Caribbean, a small island state.
Caribbean.
And I wanted to ask the science policy. Do you work from the local solutions or is the top-down process? I was happy to hear the lady talk about the values when you integrate local knowledge. Because with all the crisis, all the future unknowns, it's those local values, those local knowledge, that's going to help us to survive.
Okay, I can understand that. All right. You can answer, Yung?
I will try. So your question is whether we are working from the bottom up or top down. I think we need both. It's not either or. I think first there needs to be proper understanding. Understanding of what? Understanding of the principles of nature. And, and then we design the work, design systems to be in line with natural principles. And to do that, then it needs to be grounded, then it needs education so that the masses can actually get involved in the process of doing these things. It's collective ownership. And these things, they are on the ground activities, they are very much influenced by the policies. As we have seen, the land laws, they influence how things are being recognized, how things are being mobilized on the ground. So policymakers, they will also need to shift consciousness about how the world should be working in a sustainable way. Then they can do their part of the work to shape helpful policies. So it's everybody needs to be part of this process. And I would like to speak to you on your question of despair. I think that's an important word. Despair happens when we cannot see a way forward. We cannot find an answer. We don't know how. So how do young people, not just young people, we actually need to develop the ability to be able to receive guidance for these answers. And this is about going within, raising our consciousness and developing the ability for abstract thinking. And that goes beyond concrete thinking. It's not about choosing. Back to you.
Thank you, Professor Yung. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know that the time is always limited, but let me give some very important things. This report, the Borneo Assessment Report, is basically is a global public good. Everybody can download in our website and so on. Of course, it's about 2,400 something. As Daddy said, there is one chapter on communities. The whole thing, because Indonesia is a complex, it's not like many others. I mean, especially in Borneo, so many tribes there. And of course, the first thing that has to be bottom up, then top down. And also, we are not government, but we part of those associations because university and so on, and also we talk with the government. The second one, of course, that this is a very important to the, what you call it, the three science panel from Amazon, science panel for Congo, and science panel for Borneo. So the lesson learned of each, because then we can understand what the problem is. Almost similar between Amazon and Congo, and then how do we get finally, for example, there's a trust fund, big trust fund will be created for people who are really in the rainforest. Because this, if you combine the three, is already 70% of the rainforest are there. If we can save it, then we survive the humanity. The third one, of course, the science-based, trying to an actionable solution. how that solution has to be, because the solution is very important, not just only talking only, NATO. You only have to be a solution. And the last one is this very important, the combining the whole perspective, not only the science for science, but also science to policy, science to knowledge, and then science into action. That's the last word is very important. So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the time is up. So we have to thank the whole members of the Science Panel Pavilion, also Professor Daniel Murdiarso, who's giving us what is really next future of the Science Panel in the future. Thank you very much. Let's
Thank
have applause
you,
for them.
Prof. Yatna. What a great panel. We value your contribution to the Science Panel Borneo, who I assume have escaped from their confinement because they're here with us. And also thank you for calling out to all the young generations to get involved. No time to feel despair or demotivated because the environment, the forest, is continuing degrading. And yeah, it's time for us to take an action. Okay. Yeah, so anyone who wants to talk about youth participation, I guess Prof. Daniel is open for discussion. Downstream industries. So the global demand for critical minerals, especially nickel from Indonesia, has continued to rise as the world strives to reduce its reliance on fossil fuels. And today, Indonesia is not only a major supplier of this critical mineral, but also developing a downstream industry to produce so-called lithium-ion battery, which is a key or a component of an electric vehicle. Before we get into the discussion, let's set a tone, which will be delivered by our Acting Deputy of Waste, Hazardous Waste and Hazardous Substances Management from the Ministry of Environment, who's going to set the tone for the next discussion. She is Ibu Hanifah Dwi Nirwana through the video.
It is a great honor to open this session and the theme technology. Indonesia has demonstrated a commitment to addressing climate change through its nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. In its first NDC, submitted in 2016, Indonesia pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 29% through domestic effort and up to 41% with international support by the year 2030. This ambitious target was further reinforced in the enhanced NDC 2022, which raised the emission reduction goals to 31.89% unconditionally and 43.2% conditionally, reflecting Indonesia's growing determination to align national development with global climate ambition. Emission reduction efforts are focused on 5 key sectors: forestry, energy, waste, agriculture, and industrial processes. With the energy sector expected to play a particularly significant role through the transition toward renewable energy, increased efficiency, and adoption of low-carbon technologies. In parallel, Indonesia is now in the process of preparing its second NDC 2031 until 2035, which will adopt 2019 as reference year and maintain the principle of no backsliding. ensuring the future commitment will only become stronger and more ambitious. Indonesia remains firmly committed to achieving a net zero emission target by 2060 or sooner. As part of its ongoing contribution to the UNFCCC process and active participation in successive conference of the parties. To further strengthen this commitment at the national level, Indonesia organized the Festival Life Environment, Climate, Forestry, and New Renewable Energy, firstly at 2023 and second at 2024. This festival serves as a dynamic platform to showcase innovation, technology, and best practices in sustainable environmental management and clean energy transition. It brings together a diverse range of stakeholders, government, institutions, industry, academia, civil society, and youth to share knowledge, build partnership, and inspire action toward a resilient, inclusive, and low-carbon future. Today's session, organized by HALU Indonesia, to explore emerging technologies to respond to climate change and Indonesia nickel downstreaming industry to accelerate the transition toward a resilient and low-emission future. Nickel, as a critical mineral, plays a critical role in the world clean energy transition, particularly in the development of electric vehicle and renewable energy storage. With 42% of the world nickel resource, Indonesia carries both an immense opportunity and responsibility to ensure that the strategic resource and development align with global sustainable goals. Our speaker today are from the Ministry of Environment, Director for Hazardous and Non-Hazardous Waste Management, will present the Indonesia policy from the utilization, and from the private sector, we have two industries, namely HALU Indonesia, PT Vale Indonesia, and Harita Nickel, which will present their experiences in promoting sustainable practices, improving operational efficiency, and applying carbon technologies across different stages of the nickel value chains. As we begin this discussion, let us remember that advancing climate solutions requires courage, cooperation, and creativity. On behalf of the Indonesia Pavilion Ministry of Environment, I would like to express our appreciation to all speakers and participants for contributing to this discussion. May this lead to actionable insight that further advance Indonesia's sustainable industrial transformation and support global climate goals. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to Ibu Hanifa for recorded the message and delivering and the encouragement for all of us to actually collaborate, build a good partnership so we can move things forward. All right, so let's start with the discussions. We'll explore on some key strategies to successfully implement sustainable development in mineral industry, the technological innovations required to establish a low carbon supply chain, as well as what are the barriers to actually transitioning or transforming to low emission and resource efficient operations. What will be the ideal green economy ecosystem for the mineral processing and mineral downstreaming industry in Indonesia? So please welcome our moderator. She's the head of corporate communication PT Vale Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Mbak Vanda Kusumaningrum.
Check. All right, good afternoon, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mamona. So it's an honor to be your moderator for today, and especially in the strategic session about emerging technologies to respond to climate change in Indonesia's nickel downstreaming industry. Today we will explore how Indonesia, home of the world's nickel reserve, is leveraging technology and innovation to drive climate impact. From upstream mining to downstream processing, Indonesia is reshaping the global electric vehicle ecosystem while aligning industrial growth with strong environmental responsibilities. But before we begin, I would like to proudly welcome our distinguished speakers who represent the full value chain of Indonesia's nickel industry, from policy leadership to operational excellence and technology innovation. We would like to welcome Ibu Amelia Rahmat Tunisa, the Coordinator of Export-Import of Waste and International Corporation Working Group. She is a national expert advancing in responsible waste and hazardous materials, managing across key industries, including mining and energy. From Huayu, Indonesia, we would like to welcome Bapak Stefanus, Director of Public Affairs. He is a leader bridging technology excellence and stakeholder collaborations in Indonesia's rapidly growing downstream nickel ecosystem. And from PT Valley, Indonesia, we would like to welcome Bapak Budiawan Shah, our Director and Chief Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Officer. Pak Budi, over 20 years of experience embedding ESG, safety, permitting discipline, and decarbonization into one of Indonesia's longest operating nickel companies. And also we would welcome from Harita Nickel, Bapak Aladin Sianipar, mohon izin Pak, Vice President, HSE Department. He's a pioneer of circular economy innovation, transforming industrial byproducts into valuable materials and reducing environmental footprints. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in welcoming all our distinguished panelists today. Okay. All right, so thank you very much. So to officially begin our session today, I will invite, first of all, Ibu Amelia to begin her presentation. Silakan Ibu, mohon izin.
Thank you very much, Mbak Vanda, and welcome to the COP 30 with to our session concerning the technology team. And then supposed to be in here, Mr. Amsor, our director, but because he has a tight schedule, so he cannot make it to attend this meeting. So I will be presenting the presentation concerning the waste utilization regulation in Indonesia. Next slide, please. So in our regulation, Indonesia Environmental Ministry has a complete regulation concerning the waste utilization. In here, as you can see, we have the law of the Republic Indonesia number 32, 2009 on the environmental protection and management. And then the second one, government regulation number 22, 2021 on implementation of environmental protection and management. And then for the transboundary movement, we have the presidential decree number 61, 1993. And then the next one is for the hazardous waste utilization. We have the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Decree number 6, 2021. And then for non-hazardous waste utilization, we have Ministry of Environment and Forestry Decree number 19, 2021. Next, please. And then above of all, we have also the regulation for the prohibition of the importation of the hazardous and non-hazardous waste. But this is also excluded with the non-hazardous waste, which is destined for the raw material. So it is regulated by the Ministry of Trade Decree. Next. As you can see, this is the picture of waste management principle. So the first one, the precautionary principle, absolute responsibility, polluters pay principle, from cradle to cradle, waste minimization and proximity. And then aligned with our regulation, we also promote to waste production and utilization first. And then the last priority, also we have a regulation concerning the landfilling. But as mentioned in this slide, landfilling is the last priority. Next slide, please. This is the transformation in the paradigm of hazardous and non-hazardous waste management. As you can see, aligned with the regulation, we promote the waste utilization and then through the circular economy. This figure see the hazardous and non-hazardous waste has the potential to be utilized as a resource for the production. Next. And in our regulation, we have also promote for the waste utilization of hazardous and non-hazardous waste in the form of raw material substitution, energy source substitution, raw material, and other utilization depending of the development of technology. And then next. And then, as you can see, this is the map of the distribution of hazardous waste generating in 2024. As you can see in here, in green figure, we have figured the less waste generating waste less than 2 million tons. And then in the brown, you can see waste generated between 2 million until 10 million tons. And then in the red figure, we can see the more than 10 million tons generating of the hazardous waste. Next. This figure also show the hazardous waste generation and management of 2022 and 2024. As you can see in the left side, you can see the almost 60% of the hazardous waste generating within 3 years. And then in the pie chart, you can see the type of management of the waste, which is as the material substitution, energy substitute, for storage. It is of course for further utilization, landfilling, and treatment. And then for the utilization of material substitution, it is more than 6 million tons waste already utilized in the year of 2004. And then for the utilization as the energy substitution, it is more than 336,000 tons. Next, please. And then this is the figure shows that this is the permit Ministry of Environment already give for the waste utilization, treatment, landfilling, and integration. And then next slide, please. This is show the waste from nickel industry. As you see, our subject now is concerning the nickel industry. As the development of technology in 2021, we transform the slag from the nickel smelting process considered as non-hazardous waste. So for further utilization, doesn't need the permit system. So it's follow for the other non-hazardous waste utilization. And then another hand, for the waste coming from the mining is still considered with the hazardous waste. And then the utilization and processing is need the permit system under the Ministry of Environment. I think moving forward, our focus in strengthening the cross-sectoral collaboration, enhancing technology adoption, and ensuring the circular economy. We directly Indonesia target to enhance the NDC target and climate resiliency. And thank you for the presentation. We look forward for your contribution and cooperation. Handling, we work together toward cleaner, safer, and more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Amelia. And now, after Ibu Amelia, we will also welcome our next speaker from Huayu, Indonesia, Bapak Stefanus. Please proceed to the...
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity given to Huayu, and special thanks to the Indonesian government, especially for the Minister of Environment that is who take a lead, and inviting Huayu to join such a wonderful event. And let's share. I'm glad to be here to share with all of you guys regarding how Huayu technology innovation taking part into the global actions to control carbon emission while at the same time developing new energy industry. We are thinking that in industry development should go along with the environmental protection. It means that we don't want to just like come back to the Stone Age while sacrificing our industry development. We need to go in harmony where the environment and industry going and grow up together. But before we start, maybe some of you haven't know who is Huayu. Who is Huayu? Huayu Holding is a global leader in battery materials industry, founded in 1994 and headquartered in Zhejiang, Tongxiang, China. And we have a global business layout spread from the Africa, Indonesia, Europe, East Asia, and many other countries. And we have extensive industrial chain starting from the mine, smelter, refinery, precursor, and cathode active materials until recycling industry. And we operate globally 4 zero carbon factory accredited with more than 50,000 employees worldwide. Next, please. Next. We start to invest in Indonesia since 2018 and have built almost complete industrial chain starting from nickel mine, smelters, and precursor manufacturing in Indonesia. And we combine Indonesia's nickel resource advantage with Huayu technology innovation to leverage Indonesia's global competitiveness in the ecosystem of EV industry. In 7 years of development, we deployed several projects in Morowali Industrial Park. Next please. Weda Bay Industrial Park, and currently constructing Pomala Industrial Park and several upcoming industrial parks in Indonesia. Next. When we talking about how the technology and technological innovation can contribute to the low carbon emission, first, for Huayu technology, we use the high pressure acid leaching technology or HPAL technology to process the limonite, which is the main component of the laterite nickel ore that was previously discarded as a waste or considered as overburden when the miners mine the high-grade ore or saprolite for pyrometallurgical smelting. The occurrence of HPAL technology, back please. the occurrence of HPAL technology in Indonesia, enabling Indonesia can carry out more sustainable mining practice by conducting total mining, what we call it total mining, that could fully utilize Indonesia's laterite nickel resources into more high valuable materials such as EV batteries, and at the same time could bring Indonesia as a major global player in the nickel downstreaming. Next. Besides conducting total mining, could also bring an opportunity to utilize HPAL tailings to be backfilled into mine void, since the mine itself must be reclaimed after post-mining. The tailings can be used as a backfilling materials, so the contour shaping for the mine can optimally be achieved after the total mining. Otherwise, miners would have difficulties to find other materials for reclamations, since the amount of overburden and topsoil will not enough to fill all the mine void left post-mining. The utilization of tailings as backfilling materials to the mine void could also minimize the deforestation and could protect more biodiversity compared into opening new forest area for tailing landfills. Moreover, the backfilled materials could also become the secondary mineral potential resource to be mined for future technology development. Next, please. And besides the sustainability practices in mine operation, Huayu also deploys several innovations in the smelter in order to achieve lower carbon emission and more sustainable industrial practices, starting from the feed preparation in the mine area, where we process all the limonites mined from the mine, become into slurry, and then pumped into the smelter, which is using long-distance slurry pipeline. This kind of innovation for nickel ore transporting is the first one in Indonesia, marking a new way for low-carbon environmental nickel ore transport that can reduce about 60% of carbon emission comparing to the conventional hauling hauling by trucking. And at the same time, increasing the safety and reducing environmental impact compared to the previous one from the original hauling. Next, please. And Huayu R&D team also keep improving the processing to aim our low carbon emission plant through the CO2 or carbon dioxide solidification process, reducing about 500 kilograms tons of CO2 per ton nickel we produce. And at the same time, we can produce side product in the form of manganese carbonate, which is also essential for ternary battery materials industry. From the processing engineering, every Huayu HPAL will have its own sulfuric acid plant. And the sulfuric acid plant itself will provide about 75%, currently 75% of electricity from waste heat power generations. And in the near future, the improvement of Huayu's waste heat power generation can fulfill up to 100% of our electrical needs. So the waste heat power generation from sulfuric acid plant can reduce up to more than 1.5 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per ton nickel. So by CO2 solidification and uses of the waste heat power generation, our total carbon consumption carbon footprint, can reduce to more than 2 tons in the processing plant. And at the same time, while we're developing or while we're designing the new plants, we always using the natural topography advantage to lower the energy consumption for the material process, because we deploy the we're using the hydrometallurgical process, which is almost using liquid. So when we contouring the plant, when we do the plant design, we use the step-by-step land preparation. So the the upstream of the process will be put higher elevation than the downstream process, so the liquid can flow naturally. That's also reduce our power needs, and also at the same time we can also reduce the carbon footprint. Next. And by applying previously mentioned innovation and through extensive study of processing improvement and optimization, Huayu can keep lowering down our carbon footprint in our nickel product, about 25% lower since our first production in 2022, marking us as one of the lowest carbon and environmentally friendly nickel producer in the world. Next, please. And next, from the industrial park perspective, the clusterization of the downstream industrial chain in an industrial park could also reduce our carbon emission from the supply chain. Next. And increasing competitiveness to our product, at the same time aligned with Indonesian government strategy to create the whole industrial chain of EV battery ecosystem in Indonesia. So this one is one of the examples in Weda Bay Industrial Park in North Maluku, Indonesia. We integrate nickel mine, HPAL processing, MHP refinery, and precursor manufacturing, marking it as the first and most complete integrated EV battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia. Next, please. Besides the Weda Bay, we are currently constructing Pomala Industrial Park in Southeast Sulawesi, Indonesia, to build more complete industrial chain, starting from the mine to cathode active materials and recycling, where we get the limonite source from our partner PT Vale Indonesia, processing the limonites in the GV between Huayu, Vale Indonesia, and Ford, downstream the processing in Huayu Refinery, precursor, and cathode plant, and by establishing this fully integrated processing, Indonesia will have the first low-carbon and green industrial park for EV battery materials, and Huayu could also lead the decarbonization in the nickel downstreaming industry, strengthening Indonesia's position in the global electric vehicle ecosystem, and contributing nationally determined contribution and collectively global efforts to achieve net zero emission by 2015. I think that's all from my presentation, and thank you.
So thank you, Pak Stefanus. Round of applause from the audience, please. Okay, thank you. So next, we will also welcome a speaker from PT Vale Indonesia, which is Bapak Budiawansyah. Mohon izin Bapak, the podium is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunities. I love to come to COP30. We have been through the conference of parties since years. So I mean, this is kind of commitment to our collective effort, how the climate change is important for us. Please allow me, all the distinguished guests, to deliver some angles or some share during this chance. I would like to start why these topics are important for us. Let's have a see. We, Vale Indonesia, has been operated at Indonesia, South Sulawesi, and others provinces like Southeast Sulawesi and Central Sulawesi since it's already 57 years. So we operate with our dedicating, with our very rooted commitment in sustainability. Next slide. I would like to start just for us, for our reflections, why this matter are important for us. As we see now after the Paris Agreement, basically the nickel is old technology and then also old mining, but why now it's become one key players for the during the climate change. As we know that Indonesia has abundance of resources and reserve that we have. Almost more than 40% of those critical minerals are in our state. In other hand, we can see what is the mining perceptions in our community, in our all in our perception of the people, where it's changed the surface of the land, changing of the forest, and others. While in other side that we have to admit also, without this critical mineral or others mine product, our life is not in our states currently. So that's why we would like to see what we can do different in this industry to deliver that key message in order to control the climate change that we have collectively facing right now. Next slide. So, next slide. I have been through this process. I have young engineers more than 20 years ago. I just know how to operate the plant, but no, I'm worried, gentlemen. I'm worried what we can bring to our next generations if we can do minings different way. Let's have a look. Yeah, we Valley Indonesia have been operating for the 57 years in Indonesia. Next slide. Next slide. You see here our consistent perceptions and then the way we think about this industry. As you know that smelter is one of the biggest carbon of the extractive industries producers. But what we can do different in order to bring the positive impact to our community, to our environment. So the key is the commitment, how we put in front of all the programs that align with the sustainability. Next slide. So, hence that we have all the resource and reserve for these critical minerals. We improve all these potentials minerals here in Indonesia with our partners, YU, GEMS. Later on, we are going to build another industry from the day one operation is using zero carbon. How it's possible? Technology is the key. We have been declared this on last year COP29 in Azerbaijan. Another also that challenge for us is how we reboost our existing operations to be more sustainable way. Next slide. So basically this is the dual decarbonization program that we keep consistent follow through. The first one is absolute emissions, and the second one is how we control the emission intensity in our nickel product. No matter what, no matter that RKF, no matter that HPAL or whatever, but the key is how many carbon that we consume on each product we produce. So if we start, our target is still remain the same to keep consistent for the 30% reductions of absolute emission carbons in the next 2030. So there are many efforts, next slide, and plan to do that, which is the key to do this. The technology is the key, is how we put a project or initiative or innovation based on the value creation. Not just put the initiative, but we have to look what is the value creations that we can do together, collectively, collaboratively. As example now, we are going to build, like in Indonesia government, its campaign, how to produce from zero to waste, right? This is one initiative that we have to support it. And then the others one, value creations here, if you see in the list of the projects, bring this to all these people with spirit of open and transparent. Yeah, we can see one by one of the project using the technology, the existing operation at Sorowako, South Sulawesi. Next slide. Yeah. This is an example how we can utilize, we produce the energy from the hydropower plant, and then we let that energy goes to the natural and that area, but this is we can harvest more the energy that we produce. For example, we produce the met productions at Sorowako. In other hand, with the high temperature 1500, how we can utilize this energy without adding more. In another side also, the technology of the off gas produced from the RKF smelters, furnaces. Also, this is a challenge for us, how we can harvest the CO and hydrogen to support and then to make the productions more efficient. So all those things that we measure is not only directly bring the dollars, but the more important, the more rooted, consistent is how to reduce, how to use the energy, and then also avoid put more energy to our operations. Again, next slide. I would like to close my presentations. I would like to have more discussion with all of us, what we can do in collaboratively. The emerging technology is important for this extractive industry. We look our trend. This is Valley performance at the latest. A couple of weeks ago, our Sustainalytics score was decreased down to 23.7. This is the lower ever we have in our extractive industry, and then put us as the lowest risk of smelters operation around the globe. Thank you. Next slide. So I would like to close my presentation with, always I bring this one. No future without mining, but no mining without caring the future. Thank you very much.
Please round of applause to Bapak Budiawansyah. Thank you, Bapak Budiawansyah. And last but not least, we would like to welcome Bapak Aladin Sianipar from Haritan Nickel. Please go back to the podium. We welcome you. Thank you.
Halo, oke. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for opportunity. As previously mentioned, my name is Aladin Sianipar from Haritan Nickel. Next. Next. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, clean energy technology require more mineral than traditional energy system. Battery, EV, solar panel, wind turbine, and energy storage system all depend specific mineral. We can see demand is rapidly increasing as country accelerate decarbonization. Next. As many people now know, nickel has become well known as key raw material for electric vehicle battery. Next. Nickel is key component of lithium-ion battery like NMC, nickel, mangan, cobalt, and NCA, nickel, cobalt, aluminum, rely heavily on nickel. Why nickel become important in EV? Because nickel is critical for enabling long-range electrical EV and affordable battery storage. However, in everyday life, most nickel still used for stainless steel, which we commonly find in home appliances and household product. Our operations are located on Obi Island in North Maluku in the eastern part of Indonesia. Today, Haritan Nickel employs more 23,000 people, 85% above Indonesian citizen and 45% local people from North Maluku. The image below, bottom below, the image at the bottom show our integrated industry area, processing facility, and refining plant that enable Indonesia to move further downstream in the nickel value chain. Next. Okay, this is image illustration the profile our lateritic nickel ore. Limonite and saprolite we extract in our mining operation. The limonite we call lower nickel grade and saprolite we call high grade. We know limonite is raw material for EV material battery. And saprolite, we have saprolite to produce ferronickel in ferronickel smelter. Next. Okay, this is our business overview. Arita Nickel has built a complete nickel ecosystem on Obi Island. We have a take line from Obi for Indonesia. We start upstream by mining saprolite and limonite ore, ferronickel smelter to produce ferronickel, and asphalt refinery to produce nickel cobalt mixed hydroxide precipitate, or we call MSP. And midstream, MSP is refined into nickel sulfate and cobalt sulfate for EV battery. Next. Okay, we can see today people are increasingly focused on ESG, a part of global effort to address climate change. In line with this, our company placed the highest priority on ESG and continues to meaningful progress to improve our particle practice. Next. Okay, this is our sustainability framework is built around principle of responsible growth supported by strong ESG practice. We believe good governance, good managing environmental and human rights can be driving responsible ESG practice. Next. Okay, we can see the management of runoff water. Obi Island is tropical climate, maybe same with Brazil. Obi high rainfall, so the management of runoff water become important. Here we saw how runoff water is managed in operational area. We control runoff water through by ponding system from up to downstream. In up to downstream, we construct sediment and settling for control sediment and suspended material. This is a preventive. Preventive. And in the downstream, we have water treatment facility where it is processed to meet government quality standard. All of this monitoring using sparring. We now use sparring online continuous monitoring system connecting directly to Ministry of Environment for 24 hours, real time. Next. Okay, this is our management of land. Restoring nature is a key part of our responsibility to management of land. The reforest and revegetation program, which begin at the Logi Central Nursery. Our nursery produce more than 300,000 seedling every year, ensuring sustainable supply for reforest and revegetation. Through our seedling program, over 1,030 seedlings are cultivated, planted, and maintained continuous care to ensure a high survival rate. Okay, the photo below show the transformation of former mining area from open land back to green restored landscape. This is how we return the land to nature, support biodiversity, and ensure that our post-mining leave a positive environmental legacy. Next. Beyond our reclamation activity, we also undertake water rehabilitation and mangrove restoration effort. Next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our journey toward decarbonization focus on two key areas: improving energy efficiency and reducing emission. One, our major initiative is installation 40 megawatt peak solar panel plant. Our target for completion by the end 2025. Alongside solar energy, we are implementing a rain cleaner technology, including biosolar, waste heat recovery, and coal gas utilization and use cooking oil utilization. We are also transitioning to electrical vehicle and electrical conveyor belt to further reduce fuel consumption and emission. Next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, biodiversity and ecology program for our monitoring and develop environmental. Biodiversity survey to identify condition on the ground and implementation meaningful corrective action, and marine ecology survey to monitoring and protect coastal ecosystem. Regularly monitoring by independent and independent and internal survey we conduct semester based. Next. Okay, connecting to our today topic dialogue, this is visual compared to approach of mining industry, the traditional linear system, and our integrated circular system. Our tagline, integrated circular system. The linear system, natural resources are extracted, processed, shipping, and eventually become waste. Overburden and soil are often discharged and only of our use. Our approach in circular system, where every material is managed responsibly and reused whenever possible. In the system, byproduct and residual material are reintegrated back into production cycle, reducing waste and maximize resource efficiency. We believe can net zero emission. Next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how we manage the waste from smelter and refinery. From our smelter operation, nickel slag is one of the main byproduct, and instead of treating as waste, we turn it into valuable resource. We have successful the utilization slag for construction material. For example, we produce paving block, roof cube, welding material, reuse for road base. A part of being construction material, we also backfill next nickel slag to expit. Our trial show that adding nickel slag as soil enhancer can boost plant growth about 76% up to 94%, which is very, very promising for land reclamation. Next. Okay, this is managing waste from refinery operation. While for refinery waste, the picture show how we have managed from refinery or asphalt refinery. Ladies and gentlemen, all tailing are managed safely on land and placed in former mining pit or X pit, following the strict environmental standard by government. Before being placed the tailing to the X pit, we ensure the tailing pass the toxicity test, and also for this moment we inform you we does not apply the deep sea tailing placement. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, this is diagrams show how Harita Nickel apply circular approach to waste management our operation. We start with natural resource, limonite and saprolite, or which go into refinery and smelter processing facility. This is process produce key product like MSP, nickel sulfate, cobalt sulfate, and ferronickel. Instead of treating byproduct as waste, we convert them into resource. Overburden is used for reclamation, tailing are filter pressed and safely placed in dry stack facility. We now dry stack facility how to convert slurry nickel become to dry tailing. Nickel slag is repurposed for construction, backfilling, artificial reef, and even soil improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, our latest initiative aims to transform asphalt byproduct to produce pig iron as material for stainless steel. We can success to transform tailing become pig iron. This is technology we can reduce volume tailing. We can increase lifetime or facility from 5 years to 95 years. So we can manage our byproduct. This circular system ensures that material are reused as much as possible, reducing waste, minimizing environmental impact, and creating additional value. Next. Okay, this is finally, this is our commitment to sustainability is reflected in our alignment with global recognized ESG standard. We can see FTSE for good index. We are also progressing on the RMAP program, which assess supply chain transparency and ensure responsibly sourced material. For reporting, we follow global framework standard such as GRI, SASB, TCFD, and TNFD for nature-related disclosure. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also certified under ISO 45001 for occupational health and safety. And for environmental management, we are also certified under ISO 14001. Next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and for mining operation, we are also committed to meeting the IRMA standard, one of the world's most rigorous framework for responsibility mining. In the fact, Harita Nickel is the first company in Indonesia to formally enter the IRMA audit process. Progress our audit is publicly available on the IRMA's website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Adin. And once again, please a round of applause for our speakers today because they have shared their strategies from upstream, downstream, and also from the regulations. As for now, we will move into the discussion segment to explore deeper insights into technology adoption and climate alignment. And for this, we will start with Bu Amelia again. So, Bu Amelia, in your presentation today, we see that Indonesia's efforts towards climate-aligned mining, we see that there's one key challenge in the regulation, which is about waste. You talked about reduction and utilization, which is like sort of like backfilling. And we wanted to know about how is the ministry considering strengthening or adjusting this policy to accelerate sustainability in the mining industry?
Okay, thank you, Ibu Vanda, for the question. So I think aligned with the policy from the Ministry of Environment Regulation, we kindly promote more for the waste utilization rather than the landfilling, as we also considering the development of technology, which is already available now, and then the impact to the environment. So maybe the company should consider more about the utilization first before backfilling or landfilling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Amelia. So we understand more of that, and maybe we'll get back to you on this. But we'll go next to Bapak Stefanus from Huayu. So you talked about growth in harmony in your presentation as well. And Huayu, as we see, has pioneered influential low-carbon technologies. And this is like regarding waste, like such as tailings, right? How can these technologies that you implement be scaled collaboratively to accelerate Indonesia's midstream to downstream transformation today? So please, Pak Stefanus.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Vanda. So the key is growth in harmony and how we can engage each other to promote the low carbon industry, and we can bring it into the downstream and midstream. Yeah, first from midstream, because from the mine side, there are several mining standards, and currently, like what our colleagues from Harita here and also Vale already conducted the IRMA certification processes, which is ensure us from the upstream policies, upstream management is will be put into a higher standards, and how we Huayu as a downstream and midstream processing industry can also manage the low carbon and ESG performance in the right way. So the collaborative action that can be taken for Huayu is we can through several programs. Yeah. So one of the most interesting program that we have right now is regarding the scholarship program, that we promote the scholarship, we distribute the scholarships for Indonesian students from the senior high students, vocational students, and also the undergraduate students to pursue the career, to pursue the degree, both in the undergraduate studies in domestic universities, and also the for master degrees in metallurgy in China. So we promote the scholarship to them, so we can engage the local communities to also join the initiative with us. And also we conducted some of the program with the communities, such as mangrove planting and etc., to boost the or to lower our carbon footprint, not only from the processing point of view, but from the environmental protection point of view. So That's we can hand in hand, yeah, not only for Huayu but also for our partners and our our competitors, let's say in the same industry. We need to work together to achieve the collective measurement for the greener future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pastor Fanus. So now we heard it from downstream. So we're going upstream and asking PT Vale Indonesia, which we see from your presentation that PT Vale has a very long history of embedding sustainability, which is 57 years in the mining industry. And it has been like its operational DNA, Pak Budiawansha. So we were just wondering, above, you also see that you have been focusing on sustainalytics and improving and achieving so many things. But how can Indonesia, as a leader of sustainable mining today, maintain its nickel leadership that is focusing on its decarbonization initiative while meeting its global ESG expectations and securing multi-stakeholder trust?
Yeah, I think this is very good question. Our sustainability is not only a jargon, but it was become our DNA operation. I still remember that when I'm young engineer at the times, around 2007, we are going to expand our energy sources. Where at the time is coal was very interesting, right? With the price and then capex intensity. But when one make us difference during that at the time we decide keep continue with the rest of the potential of the hydropower plant, and then we generate, if we compare the capex intensity, which is high, but what we look become our preference is we look for the next is to keep consistent in supporting for the green energy as the basics, and then as the long history in our operations. So this has become strategic position for PTVI. We know that situations of the nickel in the global is become challenging from all aspects, including from the price, but how we can put in the different way. So the sustainability that represent from the sustainalytics, and then also from the value creations programs that we implement, it not just bring the innovations, but we have to think how we bring this program to creating positive impact to ours. It's not only for the environment, but only for our community and society. So this is the art of the sustainability of the operations that we continues until now, that 57 years, and then we will continue under the special mining permit license from the government of Indonesia, and then we're facing now the challenges of the communities. So we would like all of us thinks about the way we're doing business differently. Yeah, it's not only provided bring the technology, but what technology we can use that based on the value creations. For example, in the government Indonesia now, we are start and then campaign to make a kind of from waste to energy. So this is exactly a direct example that all of us, we have to put this in our DNA as well, because the basic one is about commitment. When you're facing that situation and it might challenge your business, that only you will think twice. Can I continue with this principle or not? So I think that's my question.
Okay, thank you, Mas Budian Wansha, for a great answer. And before we go on to the questions from the audience, we would like to go to Harita. For Pa Aladin Sianipar, we saw your presentation and it has shown significant ESG frameworks. And today, Indonesia ESG framework continues also to evolve. We understand that in the mining industry, there is so many challenges that everyone faces. So despite everything that we have been doing and showing, but there are still challenges to face. We would just wonder that what challenges does Harita face in implementing advanced technologies? As we see, there's so many updated technologies like the sparing tools that is 24 hours integrated. And how does this company ensure responsible and compliant operations? Thank you, Pat.
Okay, thank you for your question. Harita Nickel as a global mining global industry. Okay, Harita Nickel integrated mining and processing company. So, limonite ore previously is overburdened, but today Harita Nickel has successful to transform limonite became MSP, nickel cobalt mixed precipitate. You know MSP is a material for raw material for EV battery. Harita Nickel with our operation w- approach preventing and control run of water. We construct a ponding system, okay, and in downstream we can construct about 80 hectare for water treatment facility. We ensure wastewater from treat can become good standard government. We control by sparring system. A sparring system is a real-time system connected to government environmental 24 hours. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pa Aladdin. I think we should, since we are already like in the discussion panel, I think it's time for the audience. So we still have time, I guess, like about 10 minutes, right? So maybe from the audience, they have shared, like our industry key leaders have shared about a lot of strategies and through the presentations. Does anyone in the audience would like to have any questions to ask to them? We are able to take 2 questions. So if anyone in the audience is interested in asking from their presentations or sharing session, please raise your hand and we will facilitate in asking. Just maybe 2 questions. We can have time for 2 questions. I guess you guys all are agree. Oh, okay. All right. So please, if we have your name, maybe someone give a microphone. And where are you from, Mrs.?
Antigua and Barbuda. I work with local community groups. We have many climate threats to include rusting, high heat, and I want to know if these ingredients can cope with our challenges in small islands. I have a solar system, and the wires they installed were so huge that everybody's saying it's the wrong wires, but I understand the heat from the sun, the rising temperatures, the rust coming from the oceans, the chemicals from sargassum seaweed, all these impact the productivity of these systems. So I want to know if you have mechanisms in place to cope with these risks or threats. Thank you.
All right. So I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, Mrs. Mrs. Spencer from...
Work with local community groups. They are where the solutions are.
Okay, thank you for highlighting that. All right, so maybe we can answer that. So we can ask from the regulations upstream and then downstream as well. So we'll have this one question, but answered by everyone. So what are our hope with our solar systems and all the challenges today with the rising temperatures? Is it going to impact productivity on our products as well? And how is the mechanism? Maybe first we start with Bu Amelia to answer by regulations of Indonesia. Maybe can share anything on this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Vanda. Ms. Spencer, I will try to answer your question. regarding our regulation in Indonesia, we have all the regulation put in place. For instance, for the emission and then for water pollution and also for hazardous and non-hazardous waste. And especially for the hazardous waste, we implement the permit system if the company who produce the waste will want to utilize the waste. But for the emission and then for the water pollution, the monitoring is connect directly to the Ministry of Environment. As mentioned by Mr. From Harita, Mr. Aladdin said that sparring is also connected directly to the Ministry of Environment. I think, thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Amelia. Maybe, Pak Stefanus, you could add to that from a downstream industry perspective.
Yeah, maybe I want, first of all, I want to confirm your question again regarding how the company can manage the impact of the environment in such kind of rising temperature, and also how we can manage the water and how it can impact the productivity of the company. So by nature and by the regulation, before we do some investment in Indonesia, we need to pass several assessments. One of the most important one, which is the EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment, where we need to fully assess of our potentially impact to the environment, to the community, and to our own productivity, to maintain the productivity can get the economic way. Yeah. So when we do the assessment, the government will also put some expert to engage during the assessment to maintain or to ensure all the impact is well managed. And after that, during the process of construction and operation itself, there are several measurements has been taken, just like what our colleagues from Harita just mentioned, that, and also Bu Amelia just mentioned, that from the water point of view, water pollution, we have sparring, which is 24/7 connected with the government. So the government also can control and maybe some warning you if you have the peak or you surpass the pollution control standards. It's also same with the air pollution, where all your chimneys or all your stack is also will be put sensors to 27 monitored by the government and by ourselves, and we need to regularly report to the government, and there are several monitoring points that we deployed in the surrounding communities to check whether our operations has some impact to the communities. That's one of the part that mandatory in our EIA. So that's how we can manage the impact for the operations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Stefanus. Maybe Pak Budiawansyah from PT Valley would like to add on?
Probably I would like to add a little bit that because technical regulations is already bring from my colleagues here. So I think I would like to underline what I keep saying here is about positive impact to the community and the environment. It's not generate from like we install the chimney, the stack, and then generate the heat and then run off waters from the mine area and then produce the hazardous waste, etc. But how we can build the like initiative from waste to energy. Yes, you produce the heat, but how we bring positive impact. We generate, we recover, we harvesting the carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen become more energy. So this is one initiative that for sure we talking already beyond the compliance, because the compliance itself is already clear by the government, and then from the aspect impact evaluation and analysis is already there, from emissions, waters, effluent, etc. is already completed. So I think it will be become another commitment for us, for all of us in this industry, or it's not only for the extractive industry, but also for the under industry players. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Budiawansyah. And now maybe we should end it with Pak Aladin just to add on to the highlights for this question.
Okay, thank you for your question. Harita Nickel integrated from mining to processing. Our tagline, how to good managing environmental. We believe we control from upstream to downstream and monitoring by government standard. We believe we control the waste or hazardous waste. Sparring is system online system real time and connected to ministry, environmental ministry. So 24 hours, I can believe we can monitoring maybe peak in real time. So good managing environmental, we can control and approach preventing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Aladin. So I think as we approach the end of this session, today's discussion reinforced one fundamental truth, that technology in Indonesia is a catalyst for climate progress. And this is considering that developments of technologies and impact are also answered from this technology. From upstream mining to downstream processing, Indonesia is proving that innovation, environmental responsibility, and industrial competitiveness can move forward together. I would like to thank you to Ibu Amel from the Ministry of Environment, Pak Stefanus from Huayu, Indonesia, Pak Budiawansyah from PT Vale Indonesia, and also Pak Aladin from Harita Nickel, and all of the COP30 delegates for all your insights and also participation. So let us continue advancing a future where sustainability starts with me, with you, and with all of us. And back to Ibu Mona. I'll give it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Wanda. What a remarkable closing remarks. But allow me to share perspective from the floor. Huayo, Indonesia, your environmentally friendly infrastructure, which the slurry pipeline that goes as long as 62 kilometers, is mind-blowing since it engaged the gravity, so it doesn't require or exhaust any more power or energy to transport its products. And Vale Indonesia, you have an ambitious goal, a big target in ESG risk and rating, but I'm very, very confident under your leadership, we will see a single digit anytime sooner. And of course, last but not least, Harita, your circular approach in waste management is one kind of the best practice that can be considered by other major players in the industry. So if you all agree with me, please send a huge round of applause for all of them. And Huayo Indonesia cherish our partnerships. So Mr. Wei, on behalf of Huayo Indonesia, he is the general manager, would like to hand over a special gift as a token of friendship to all the panel. The development of, I think, sustainable mining practice, which incorporates the cutting-edge technologies, will be a catalyst and allow the company to accelerate its commitment to meet the environmental standards and to reduce carbon emissions. Okay, Mr. Stefanus, you don't need one. Yes, he's the host, okay, of the session. So, Mr. Wei, please be on the center. 请你站在 okay. Oh, ladies in the middle, yes, thank you. And we do consider gender equality, so that's why we have Ibu Amel. for the session. Okay, thank you very much once again. Please give them a big hand of applause. Thank you. And don't forget, we have another session to do, so please stay around. We'll start again in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Halo, selamat malam waktu Indonesia. Halo, selamat malam waktu Indonesia, Ibu Anissa.
Ya, malam.
Ibu, kita sebentar lagi kan mau mulai. Boleh kita coba tes nyalain kamera, Bu? Oke. Kong, gimana, Kong? Udah? Udah nyala ibunya? Cobain lagi testing. Bu, nanti untuk paparan, nanti kita yang share screen dari sini ya, Bu. Nanti kelihatan dari screen. Ya. Nanti dari kita yang share paparannya, Bu.
Oke, berarti nanti saya tinggal bilang next aja ya, Mas?
Ya, betul. Nanti tinggal bilang next. Slide-nya yang 9 halaman kan, Bu ya? Ada 9 halaman yang ID survey.
Betul, 9 halaman termasuk slide 1 sama terakhir ya?
Ya, betul.
Oke.
Siap. Ya, terima kasih, Bu. Nggak apa-apa dimatikan dulu, nanti kita kasih tahu kembali.
Oke.
Terima kasih, Bu.
honorable dignitaries, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm incredibly honored to welcome you all to Indonesia Pavilion to attend the last session of the day, which will be talking about conservation of our tropical forests. So tropical forests play a major important role for human well-being and to support food and energy security and many, many more. However, tropical forests are facing many, many challenges such as deforestation and land degradation. The good news is the awareness to balance between socio-economic and the sustainability of the forests are increasing. So this effort, however, required an adequate amount of funding. To set the tone for the discussion, allow me to welcome our keynote speaker, being the first one. She's the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Food Accessibility and Safety, Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Nani Hendiarti.
His Excellency Muhammad Said Sultan Al Nuaimi, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment of the United Arab Emirates, distinguished moderator, speaker, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon. On behalf of the Government of Indonesia and the Coordinating Ministry for Food Affairs, I would like to welcome you at the Indonesian Pavilion today to discuss one of the world's greatest assets in regulating the global climate, preserving biodiversity, and supporting the livelihood of the millions of the people, named the Nature-Based Solution and Climate Action. I would like also to express my appreciation to our partners, Pertamina, Asia Pulp and Paper Sinarmas, ID Survey, and UNDP Indonesia for organizing this important session together with us. The rising temperature threatens all quality of life, such as water supply, health, and food security. It also impacts to the sustainability of biodiversity, and Indonesia is blessed to abundant natural resources for climate solution with 120 million hectares of the tropical forest and 3.4 million hectares of the mangrove. Indonesia has big contributions as the lungs of the earth. The government of Indonesia has taken significant steps in advancing sustainable forest management involving the community, such as social forestry. By granting legal access and long-term certainty to communities, social forestry empowered local people to become the active steward of the land. It creates a space for innovation and also partnership and inclusive economic growth. So we have provided 8.3 million hectares from the target of the 12.7 million hectares with more than 15,000 community groups that also do the agroforestry. This program is not only for sustainable environment, but also to enhance the livelihood. So we realize that we cannot doing the big program alone. We need coordination cross ministries. Also, that we truly appreciate the growing of the global support and cooperation to protect and conserve this ecosystem through investment, among others, research and innovation, as well as community-based action. The government of Indonesia and the United Arab Emirates has long-standing relationships in various sectors, including environment and forestry sectors. Our partnership through Mangrove Development Cooperation and Mangrove Alliance for Climate, which is a joint initiative to enhance and accelerate mangrove conservation, restoration, and planting effort worldwide as a virtual nature-based solution to the climate change. As part of the concrete measure to realize the vision of the MAC, or Mangrove Alliance for Climate, we understand the important contribution of the research and innovation through the establishment of the International Mangrove Research Center in Bali that our target to be inaugurated next year, end of next year. Considering the importance to strengthen community-based solution, the government of Indonesia and the UAE are preparing the new initiative on the nature and climate partnership. The coordinating ministry for food affairs together with the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Forestry have identified several priority areas such as forest management and restoration, including to support the follow netting and integrated nature program, ecosystem and biodiversity conservation, and the pilot project for the public-private community partnership. We aim to build the jurisdictional market-based governance framework that integrates carbon pricing, community-inclusive governance. In the same time, it also creates a design of the innovative financing mechanisms that increase investments in ecosystem restoration and biodiversity conservation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in order to support the implementation of sustainable forest and mangrove management, Indonesia would like to highlight the importance of the sustainable multilateral funding mechanism and additional resources from public and private sector, including blended finance, and other innovative funding scheme. Indonesia, Brazil, and ERC, Democratic Republic of Congo, have good cooperation on the tropical forest. Then the initiative was developed by Brazil with the blended finance mechanism approach, which is called the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, or TFFF initiative. Indonesia has committed to supporting this initiative that in line with the Indonesian initiative on the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance. To conclude, let us also remember that protecting forests is not just about planting trees, but it's also about the people. Indigenous people and local communities are the true guardians of the world's remaining tropical forests. Their traditional knowledge and sustainable practices have preserved this ecosystem for the centuries. In this session, we have our speaker from the various background, from the government, international organization, and also private sector. So it is our hope that through this event, we can collaborate further and work more closely in accelerating our forest climate action. Thank you very much and wish for productive and fruitful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ibu Nani, for the keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have as many as 2 keynotes today, so allow me to kindly invite His Excellency Mohammed Said Sultan Al Nuaimi. He's the Undersecretary of the UAE Ministry of Climate Change and Environment.
Excellencies, your colleagues, it's a pleasure to be again within our friends, brother from Indonesia. And I'm here just to congratulate you for the new alliance along in Brazil and wish you all the best. And to tell you our story when we launched the Mangrove Alliance in coordination with our brother Indonesia and COP27. That was a remarkable start where we reach now over 45 countries in this alliance. We have the Secretariat and we started 4 years back, and now I think with more than 45 countries. A lot of initiatives has been done through different countries. The Mangrove Alliance is, I think, one of the biggest impact because it is directly talking to the environment itself. There is no kind of barriers between the Mangrove Alliance and putting the mangrove plants and the climate. So there is a direct impact. This is why it's one of the success alliance. What we see over the previous 4 years, as I said, more than 45 countries are there. And thank you, Indonesia, for your support. And there is the institute. Inshallah, hopefully next year, it will be built and launched by next year. And again, this is kind of alliance we are expecting from all other countries. So wish you all the best in the new alliance. And as always, UAE is part of the climate change agenda, and we are here to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mohammed Said Sultan Al Nuaimi, for the keynote. Well, since we have an enormous and a powerful panel today, I'm sure they would be able to address the following. The financing scheme available to improve tropical forest management, and how to enforce public-private partnership in advancing tropical forest conservation, the challenges, opportunities to ensure long-term sustainability actions. For that, I would like to kindly invite all the speakers. I would like to call upon the first one. Please welcome the Head of Economic and Environmental Advisory Office from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Republic of Brazil, Mr. Andre Aquino. Thank you for joining us, sir. Senior Vice President of Health, Safety, Security and Environment PT Pertamina Persero, Ibu Weni Ipmawan. Bapak, I'm so sorry, I apologize, sir. Chief Sustainability Officer APP Group, Ibu Elim Sritaba. Vice President of Research and Product Development, Ibu Anissa Ayu Soraya, which I believe will join us online. As well as the Climate Change Technical Specialist from UNDP, Catherine Diamvaya. And to lead the session, please welcome Special Staff of Strategic Policy on Forestry and Environment to the Coordinating Minister for Food Affairs Indonesia, Mbak Meizani Irmadiani. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here today, and we also extend a thank you to Deputy Coordinating Minister Bunani, as well as Undersecretary of Ministry of Climate Change, Bapak Said Sultan. Today we have a very good representative, I think very great representative of people from not just across nations, but also representing both the private sector as well as multilateral and also from the government of Brazil. We are going to talk about something very important to all our hearts, actually, right? How do we accelerate financing to the nature and forests that we need the most for not just for the global goods, but also for the people and the communities. We know the scale of the challenge. I think Bunani explained quite well about the natural resources and capital and support. But really, I think we want to listen from the speakers here today to share a little bit of the story. How do we bridge this gap? We know the scale of the challenge, but the scale of the financing has not met that challenge yet. So what do you think can bridge this gap between what needs to be done and what is there to do now? Maybe I'll start with Andre, who is leading the tropical Forest Forever facility that was just recently launched and also have very good standing today during the initial discussions in COP and everything. So can you tell us a bit about how do we do this?
Thank you. Terima kasih, Bu. Salam. Okay. Yeah, salam sejahtera untuk kami semuanya. It's a great pleasure to be here in Belem, talking to my friends from Indonesia and around the world. I was looking here. It's a very interesting place where we are, right? So Indonesia here, India right there, Brazil, China. And I wanted to start with this, which is we are talking about forests and new sources of financing. The TFFF has been a proposal by the government of Brazil to mobilize financing and new and additional funding, including from the Global South. So I would really like to start this talk here by thanking the government of Indonesia on behalf of Minister Marina, on behalf of the government of Brazil. Indonesia, along with Brazil, announced $1 billion in investment to the TFFF just a few days ago. I cannot overemphasize the importance of what Indonesia did. Not only because of the amount, but much more because of the signal being sent to the world about our commitment to our own resources. So I think the key thing is, and I keep saying this, we don't need anybody to tell Brazil we need to protect our forests. And these forests are being lost not because we are these evil creatures that like to cut forests. It's for economic variables. And behind this economic rationale, there is politics, and complicated politics. And I think we see this throughout the discussion on climate change. The TFFF basically aims to generate a stable, large-scale source of funding to pay for standing forests. It's a very simple logic, a payment per hectare of tropical forests. And then also to generate incentives to stop, reduce deforestation. So there would be a penalty of 100 to 200 times every time a country loses a hectare of forest. So the logic is simple, a payment per hectare of forest and deductions if forests are lost. And to monitor this, the idea is to use country systems. So Indonesia has their own forest monitoring system, Brazil, we have ours, and so on. They need to meet minimum quality criteria, of course. They need to be reliable. We're just out of a panel on the importance of metrics to build investor confidence. So we need to have good data, but we have good data. Many of our countries have very good data. In the case of Brazil, we have been providing data on deforestation to the international community since 2008, since we signed the bilateral agreement with Norway. So let's use the systems that exist, move forward. And then one thing I would like to highlight, and I will not go much deeper for now, is this commitment that countries make to set aside at least 20% of the payments to indigenous peoples and local communities. This is key to Brazil, and I'm sure also to Indonesia, because we understand, and it's very clear for anybody that likes data, that local communities are protecting these forests. In the case of Brazil, our indigenous territories are by far, the least deforested areas. And you probably saw we have demonstrations of indigenous people today here. This is part of a democratic government. We are discussing what they are asking, and they are always asking something to protect the forest. It's very interesting. So the protest now is about infrastructure projects. So, to conclude, when working at full speed, the TFFF could raise up to $4 billion every year to countries. This is raising international financing for tropical forests by 3 times. In the case of Brazil, we have been looking at how much this would mean to us in a scenario of not zero deforestation, which is our goal for 2030. But if we use what we have today, the deforestation we have today, it would increase 3 times the budget of our Ministry of Environment and Climate, including protected areas management, fire management. So it's a significant increase to the funding available to conserve and promote the sustainable use of forests. We call here in Brazil bioeconomy. So I think I just conclude here by saying the launch on Thursday was a big success, but we have a road forward. And we really look forward to having all countries, the UAE, engaged. The UAE has been part of the steering committee of the design of the TFFF since the beginning. We had 6 countries, right, from what we call potential investor countries: UAE, France, Germany, Norway, the UK, and there was the United States, and then 6 tropical countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, DRC, Ghana, Colombia, and Brazil. So again, thank you so much for the time. Look forward to discussing more about the TFFF. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, and applause to you and the government of Brazil as well as the government of Indonesia to really show that leadership, all right? I think talking about bridging the gap and incentives, but it's really about how countries are really leading in this space as well. So I think this is a very exciting time for us, for all of us, and I want to go to Pak Weni from Pertamina. He is leading also the health, security, safety, and environment. What is the role, Pak Weni, in the role of private sector, and how have you seen not just the global aspects of financing in general, but what are key actions that you and the company has done to really push this forward? Thanks.
Okay, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here speaking before you today. I would like to thank to everyone's coming here, attend this presentation. Today, I would like to present about our experience in forest conservation and rehabilitation in Pertamina. So let's get started. Next slide, please. Why forest restoration and rehabilitation should be urgent and then matter to be managed right now, because we know that in the left side in the bar chart, we know that forestry and other land use or follow stand as the second highest source of emission, greenhouse gas emission. They contributed 23% of the total greenhouse gas emission. So if we can stop the deforestation, of course, we can also reduce the emission for the methane. This is the impact of deforestation we can face in Indonesia, like natural disaster, loss of biodiversity, climate change, and of course the decline in quality of life. So Pertamina right now, Indonesia right now anticipate to the reduce the impact of the deforestation following or under follow netting 2030 that with the target of 140 million ton of CO2 equivalent emission absorption from the forestry by 2030, and include social forestry, incoming forestry sector carbon trading, and also mangrove rehabilitation in coastal area in the for the front to the natural disaster. This is the overall efforts, of course, to to make the forest restoration will be a success in the next. Next slide, please. This is our policy, pertama policy, which is aligned with the government policy to protect and preserve the environment and the biodiversity. And we are also have health, safety, security, and environment policy, which has the goal to promote biodiversity conservation by integrating biodiversity aspect into company activities from upstream to downstream. So Pertamina is not just only for the compliant, but also for the beyond compliant to create the sustainability of the forest. Next slide, please. And this is the detail of how we can manage biodiversity in Pertamina. We do biodiversity risk assessment based on the baseline framework, environmental impact assessment, and then let's hold a forest area license and also the IUCN Red List threatened species. This effort will get the goals for the net positive impact. Of course, this all effort refers to the biodiversity management guideline to ensure our responsible to meet our regulation. Next slide, please. And this is our approach to manage the forest. There is two approach: mandatory action and then voluntary action. For mandatory action, we know in Indonesia we have PPKH or leasehold of forest area license. When we this is a permit given by the government to Pertamina to use a forest area for non-forestry activities. So if Pertamina as the holder of PPKH must plant trees in the watershed. And for the voluntary action, we have to collaborate with the Ministry of Forestry to social forestry program. And then also we conduct biodiversity program based on the local area potential. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the result of mandatory forest management in Pertamina, that until now the total area of planting trees to fulfill the obligation of the PPKH is about 1,500 hectares and spread across all subholding area in Pertamina from upstream to downstream. Next slide, please. And this is the result or the regime of voluntary forestry management. We have 337 sustainable forest program, and among them 13 location is a part of the collaboration with the government, which we call a social forestry program. Next slide, please. And this is the success story of our social forestry in Bali. The name is Kayangan Besaki, and the result for this implementation program is over 35 people here in sustainable forest, and then increase in the group income about 123 million per month, and more than 2,000 tourists from around the world come to there, and spring water is still maintained until now. Next slide, please. And this is the result also from our biodiversity program to protect endangered and endemic flora and fauna in Indonesia, like orangutan and then Sumatra elephant and others. Next slide, please. And this is before I close this presentation, I would like to leave you one statement: as we power Indonesian energy future, Pertamina is equally committed to protecting nature, ensuring biodiversity conservation, and achieving a net positive impact through responsible practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Weni. And I think it's quite interesting, right? We have a representative from Pertamina, from the energy sector, and I think I'll come back to you, Pak Weni, later on to dig a little deep on biodiversity conservation and work that you do. But I want to take it to Bu Elim Sritaba. Bu Elim is the Chief Sustainability Officer for APP Group, who has been working in the forestry sector for a long time. So you have seen perhaps the evolution of how do we look at nature and how does nature being included in not just production side, but also how do we value protection and what does that mean in terms of a company that has been in the industry for a while, and what are the key from both the policy and also the challenges you see for the achieve these climate adaptation and mitigation actions that we need. Bu Elim, please.
Yeah, thank you, Meizani. So yeah, APP is one of the biggest pulp and paper producer based in Indonesia. Like how the moderator explained, we are already more than decades, and I would like to explain APP as a company has a commitment no deforestation. And within the first decade, which is the last 10 years, we already have a commitment, what we call a no harm commitment. So we started with the no deforestation within our supply chain and established long strategy on how we can improve no harm system in our company system. So we established all the environmental impact assessment, high conservation value assessment, social impact assessment, and then of course with the experience managing 2.6 million gross area within Indonesia, and with the set aside 600,000 conservation. So we have a series of experience and of course the challenges as well. And moving forward with our new commitment under Regenesis, we just launched in September to upgrade our commitment on how we upgrade our conservation and restoration initiative become 1 million hectares. So this commitment, of course, we cannot do it alone, and we shifting our commitment from no harm into doing more good. So means how we can move to the forest positive policy. So we touch in the forest, and of course people like how our Deputy Minister Bunani just now mentioned that people is also the center. So talking about the challenges on the ground when we are not starting from the zero from this commitment under Regenesis. So from the 600,000 hectare, we focus to upgrade the quality of the forest for the last 10 years. And now moving forward, we are thinking that we cannot focus on our own concession, but we have to scaling up into the landscape level. So APP working in the 5 provinces in Indonesia. Go to the next slide. So basically, we are thinking this is the momentum that just now also Andre talking about the TFFFF, how we can also enlarge our or scaling up our impact into the based on our forest positive policy to be a public-private community partnership. So there is some experience when we work with the community, and I'm sure that we need like a social transformation within the landscape itself in the forest to make sure that we can protect the forest for the long term and more sustainable. So this is some of the experience or the pipeline within our operation that we map that potential to be a public-private community partnership. And talking about the mangrove, just now our deputy mentioned, so we wanna focus on the South Sumatra because in that area we found there is a big challenges in terms of illegal fishery, which is impacted to the mangrove around the coastal. So experience with the community, they just need livelihood. They just need livelihood, but how we can balance between the livelihood and while also bringing understanding that how they also understand how they have to protect the mangrove, but also get benefit from that area. So I think this is some opportunity. I see this is during this year COP, that between public, private, community, how we can together design a pilot and doing like a social transformation, and how we can also connect with the carbon project, and carbon credit can benefit back to the forest and community. So I think I stop here and we can discuss later, but I see this is our experience, and the opportunity moving forward can be something we can talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Belem. And I think the role of public, private, and community is really critical. I think Deputy Coordinating Minister also explained that this is really important because partnership is key, because when we talk about nature and also forests, it is an ecosystem that is also comprising of not just biodiversity, but a diversity of players and stakeholders. So I think I know it's late today in Indonesia, or early maybe this morning, maybe it's 1 a.m. or something like that. So we will give the floor to Bu Anissa, who is leading the research and development of ID survey. So we heard a bit from the government of Brazil, we heard also from the private sector, but from the services company, as things get developed, as companies, as government move from not just do no harm or stopping and halting degradation towards nature positive economies, what is the role of survey, ID survey, as well as services companies to really support and accelerate this? Bu Anissa, can you hear me? Let's test your audio. I think you should be okay.
Yes, Mbak Mezani. Thank you.
Okay, Bu Anissa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. It's an honor to represent ID Survey. Today, I will share how Indonesia's state-owned enterprises are driving the nation's green transformation by building a green business ecosystem that connects policy, innovation, and collaboration to achieve real climate impact. Next. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, ID Surveys is Indonesia's state-owned holding company, uniting Bureau Klasifikasi Indonesia, Sukovindo, and Survey Indonesia under one integrated system. We operate 96 laboratory services points and more than 100 service points across Indonesia and 12 international locations. Our services cover over 150 types of certification across various sectors, ensuring quality, safety, and sustainability in every line of business. Building on this foundation, let's look Indonesia broader climate and economic landscape that shapes our green transformation journey. Next. Okay. Indonesia plays a pivotal role in the global climate agenda, just like Ibu Deputy mentioned before. We have over 17,000 islands with more than 94 million hectares of tropical forests, and its mangroves, seagrass, and coral reefs store around 17% of the world's blue carbon, positioning Indonesia as a natural carbon powerhouse. Indonesia also plays a key role in global nature-based solutions, including the Blue Carbon and Volunet Sink 2030 initiative. However, as a top 10 climate vulnerable nation, Indonesia faces sea level rise, warming trends, and high volume emission. Indonesia also committed to net zero by 2060 or earlier, and these efforts are guided by our national climate policy priorities, accelerating energy transition, and also promoting sustainable forestry and blue carbon, advancing circular economy, and strengthening climate resilience for agriculture and food security. Next. Yeah. Indonesia state-owned enterprises align with national and international standards, regulatory frameworks, market needs, and sustainability priorities to accelerate the transition towards a low-carbon and inclusive economy. Across sectors, SOEs are adopting greener practices such as green healthcare system, eco-efficient manufacturing, climate-smart agriculture, green mining, renewable energy, sustainable logistics, and ecotourism. For financial insurance and infrastructure, the telecommunication SOEs also strengthen the green backbone through sustainable financing, ESG governance, smart cities, the low carbon technologies. And these collective efforts from an inclusive synergy across industries, creating a national green business ecosystem that connects policies, markets, and communities for a sustainable and competitive in Indonesia. Next. Okay. Indonesia's state-owned enterprises are evolving from just fulfilling environmental obligations to becoming catalysts for cross-sector collaboration, driving green value creation and sustainable growth. At the first stage, SOEs focus on compliance, ensuring alignment with ESG regulations and reporting requirements. This stage is about meeting standards to establish a baseline of accountability and transparency. And the second stage is commitment. Once compliance is achieved, the next step is commitment that integrating green principles into business strategy. And here, as SOEs begin setting emission reduction targets, improving energy efficiency, and implementing green procurement practices, etc. But commitment alone isn't enough. The third stage is about collaboration, building synergy between SOEs, the private sector, and government institutions. SOEs are creating shared value and amplifying impact across sectors. And finally, when collaboration matures, it evolves into an ecosystem. A national green business ecosystem connects green value change, green financing mechanism, and sustainable innovation under one integrated framework. At this level, SOEs don't act in isolation. They co-create as a self-sustaining and interconnected green economy. And the fourth stage transformation delivers tangible outcomes for Indonesia green transition, such as accelerating Indonesia green transition through stronger institutional capacity, positioning SOEs as regional leaders in sustainable growth and innovation, creating inclusive green jobs and innovation opportunities across regions, enhancing transparency and carbon integrity, catalyzing policy alignment and market readiness, and fostering global and regional partnership. Next. Yeah, ID Survey holds a unique position in Indonesia green transformation landscape. We are not just a provider of inspection, testing, and certification services. We are a bridge between sustainability standards and real business transformation. Across industry, many businesses aspire to go green, yet often don't know where to begin. This is where ID Survey acts as an enabler, guiding organizations to translate sustainability commitments into measurable action. ID Survey's green business services are built upon three strategic pillars. The first one is decarbonization, to supporting companies in reducing emissions, managing their carbon footprint. And the second one is eco framework, ensuring resource efficiency and environmental compliance through testing, inspection, and certification. And the third one, ESG and sustainability. This one is to providing strategic guidance, ESG assessments, and sustainability reporting to strengthen long-term business resilience and investor trust. Next. Yeah, to unlock Indonesia's full green business potential, we must build an ecosystem where policy, innovation, finance, people, and markets move in harmony. The first one is green policy and regulation. Indonesia green transformation requires regulatory frameworks that incentives sustainable practices such as carbon pricing and renewable energy mandates. This policy provides clarity and confidence for investors and industry to commit long term. And the second one is clean technology and innovation, developing and scaling clean technology, energy efficient system, and digital solution can drastically improve productivity while reducing emissions. The third one is green investment and financing. Mechanisms like green bonds, ESG-linked loans, and carbon markets can unlock billions in sustainable investment. And the fourth one is human capital and community empowerment. There's no transformation that happens without people, so developing green skills and empowering local communities ensures that the transition is not only low carbon but also inclusive. And then the next one is sustainable supply chain and market areas. By integrating environmental standards into procurement, production, and logistics, Indonesia can access premium global green markets and meet international ESG standards. And next one is opportunities will unlock when these five pillars work together, and opportunities will arise, such as like boosting cost and energy efficiency, unlocking access to global green markets and ESG financing, creating inclusive green jobs and local prosperity, enhancing global credibility, and aligning with green regulation and standards. Next. Yeah, no single actor can deliver a green transition alone. We are building synergy among government, academia, the financial sector, industry, and local communities, each playing a distinct interconnected role. So the collaboration with academia enables co-development of cleaner technologies, collaboration with financial sector, and collaboration with communities to ensure in inclusive and equitable transition. At the center of this collaboration is ID Survey, the holding of Indonesia SOEs. Our role is to strengthen Indonesia's position in the global green value chain through credible assurance, trusted certification, validation, and verification. Through ID Survey's international network and partnership, we advance global cooperation and support Indonesia's NDC to 2030 and net zero 2060 targets. With inclusive collaboration and credible verification, Indonesia is not only participating in the global green economy, but helping shape it. Next. Okay, thank you for your kind attention. Through collaboration and innovation, together with ID Survey, are paving the way for a greener, more sustainable future. Let's continue turning ambition into real climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Anissa, and thank you for that very detailed presentation as well about the different ecosystems required to achieve this transition and partnership. I want to go to you now, Catherine. So, as someone representative of the UN Development Program and the Climate Change Unit, what are key sustainable solutions that you see are paving the way for nature and climate activities to move forward into this nature-positive economy?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us, and thanks for the panelists. It's been such a great discussion, and I think you have all the pieces here at the stage talking about the different aspects and how we can all contribute to this common goal. I have to start with the NDCs. I work on NDCs a lot. I'm a global policy advisor on NDCs. And just recognizing how forestry is becoming so prominent in the NDCs. So through the UN system, UNDP and the UN system, we have supported 105 countries in the preparation of their NDCs. We have 115 parties submitted as of, I think, yesterday. And forestry is becoming, we compare the data, of course, between the last submission and the new submission. And we have, for instance, 69% of the NDCs submitted talking about, it's like any country that has a forest to protect is including it in their NDC. It is clear that as a global community, we are recognizing more and more that we cannot reach the 1.5 target without the forest, without either preserving the forest or restoring those forests. So for Indonesia, next slide please. Indonesia's tropical forests, as we've said, are among the most important ecosystem on this earth. They host extraordinary biodiversity. They regulate regional and global climate system. They protect watershed, agricultural productivity. They reduce risk of floods, drought, landslide, and provide livelihoods. But we know that the benefits of the forest of Indonesia goes beyond Indonesia itself. Yeah, it's just like Brazil, the lung of the earth. So the benefits are global. But of course, we have challenges. Next slide, please. Over the last decade, Indonesia has demonstrated that sustainable forest management is possible at national scale. The Folu Net Sink 2030 commitment, the expansion of the social forest to empower community-based stewardship, progress in peatland and mangrove restoration, and strengthened forest monitoring system are important achievements that contribute to climate mitigation and equitable development. However, we recognize that these gains are taking place in a context of ongoing pressure, such as competing land use demands, infrastructure and agriculture expansion needs, market-driven commodity production, and the growing impact of climate change, of course. The challenge before us is how do we sustain and scale forest protection and climate benefits while ensuring economic growth. So now to what UNDP has been doing with the government of Indonesia. Next slide, please. UNDP is honored to have been a close partner with Indonesia in this journey. We have worked with the government to strengthen policy and governance system for forest and land use management. We are expanding community rights and benefits through social forestry, including access to finance. We are advancing sustainable palm oil and traceability through jurisdictional approaches, restoring peatland and mangrove ecosystem for climate resilience, and facilitating partnership with the private sector and international finance. UNDP role is to help Indonesia translate its commitment into lasting implementation with integrity, transparency, and a community-centered impact. Next slide, please. So for innovative finance, I would not go into this too long because my colleague has already covered it. But just to say what we think our role will be in this TFFF. We have been quite involved in getting the countries engaged with doing all the dialogues and supporting the Secretariat. But in the implementation phase, we are also planning to support the countries to meet the eligibility criteria of this fund and support them through that process. So this is what we do best, the capacity building, the creating the enabling environment in the countries. Next slide, please. We lost our... To safeguard Indonesia's forests for the long term, predictable and durable financing is critical. In this context, the tropical forest, sorry, I was reading a different slide. But Indonesia has already what it takes to be fully part of the TFFF and to take full advantage of this new fund through the Folu Net Sink roadmap to the environmental fund model that you have already. So there has been so much work done between for the last few years that are making you ready for this transformation. But just to take it back also to the global level, since that's what I'm more comfortable talking about. In the next phase of the climate promise, we are calling it the climate promise forward. Forestry is going to be prominent. We are going to shape this support for NDC implementation around 4 main pillars. Policy coherence, and this is bringing you to what you ask about the climate commitment, the nature-based solution commitment, the forestry commitment, all the commitments that you have in the different conventions, and also aligning also with the national development priorities. So that's going to be one big pillar that we will be supporting countries on. Finance is going to be also key. Everybody wants finance. But for us, we feel like creating the enabling environment for finance, especially private sector finance, is going to be key in the implementation phase, knowing that governments are already committing so much of their public budgets. And we know that the public investment that is available right now is not going to be enough. So how do we make sure that The governments have the policies, the regulation, the incentives that are bringing private sector into all the different sectors, not just the forestry, but energy, agriculture, and so on. And then scaling solution. I think in this regard, Indonesia has a lot. I don't even need this. Indonesia has a lot to offer. There are so many solutions that Indonesia has developed that can be scaled within Indonesia and also in the other part of our portfolio. So we're looking forward to learning from you and bringing your experience. And last but not least is the engagement piece of the overall offer, making sure that everybody is at the table and that they benefit from the implementation and we don't leave anyone behind. So overall, that's our vision for the future, and we look forward to continuing working with Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. It's very interesting. I think, one of the key elements, I think you mentioned around policy as well as capacity, but I think I want to kind of circle back to perhaps Andre. You've been working quite a long time in the sector around financing. What are the key elements and what makes it special, the TFFF? Can you explain a little bit more? I know you explain, share about the mechanisms, but I think I want to ask you two questions. What makes it special, and then what is the main challenge to really accelerating the implementation of the TFFF? Thanks.
Okay, thanks, and great to hear from all of you. I think a key aspect of the TFFF is the financial structure, right? So most of the funding coming to expected to come to the TFFF would be from the private sector. So Ibunani talked about the Global Blended Finance Alliance. TFFF is blended finance. So it's expected that 20% of the overall capital would come from sovereign sources as investments. We are not talking about grants, donations here. Really countries that put their money. Norway, Norway, they announced 3 billion. It would be investment. Brazil, again, we announced 1 billion. This is not going to be a grant from Brazil. We don't have 1 billion in grant. We wish we had, we don't. It will be an investment at low return, and that's what we are supporting. It's putting money in a low return investment, but it is reimbursable. So this is key. The second point, still on the financing aspect, the TFFF is an endowment fund at the end. So those of you, from Indonesia, it is like the Blue Abadi fund. Or in Brazil, it's like Fumbio in Brazil, right? We have, the objective of the TFFF is to raise 125 billion, and this money will then be invested in markets to get financial returns. And it's the difference between the financial return and what we pay back to the investors. It's this difference that will generate the returns to be distributed to tropical countries based on performance, based on forest cover. And a third innovation, I would say, and this is key, it's a jurisdictional mechanism. Sometimes this is a bit confusing with REDD+. No, so it's national level. It's the whole country of Indonesia. This is very important. So the result is the forest cover. The payments will be based on the monitoring of the overall forest cover of Brazil or of Indonesia. So in the case of Brazil, it's tropical forest, right? In the case of Brazil, this means the Amazon and the Atlantic rainforest. This is important because sometimes we don't talk about the Atlantic rainforest. That's where we have São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro. That's where the center, like the industrial center of the country is. All of it. So in the case of Indonesia, that's Papua, Kalimantan, Sumatra, everything. And the payments, they will not go to projects. This is very important, okay? Because sometimes say, how do I apply to the TFFF? This doesn't exist. Each country will decide how they allocate their money. So in the case of Brazil, for instance, we have been thinking that we would like to have a national level payment for ecosystem services program, right? In the case of Indonesia, you could well imagine something through BPLH, or Indonesia Environmental Fund. But it is the national decision of each country. No long projects, application, that whole industry of preparing projects, you know, it's supposed to go to national policies and programs.
Thanks, Andre. I think it's very interesting. I think one of the key elements of this effort is also understanding how does the role of private sectors and others cannot just benefit, maybe not directly, but also strengthen the process forward.
Just say a word about that. Thank you so much, particularly because we have Pertamina here, APP. Companies are welcome to join us as investors. So the second tranche of the TFFF, we call it the senior tranche, it will be capitalized through bonds, the issuance of bonds. The manager of this whole big thing will be the World Bank. So the mechanism, the facility will issue bonds. You can buy the bonds, right? Any investment company can buy the bonds. This will be fixed the income, low risk, AAA, AA bonds. So that's a great investment opportunities for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll come back to Bu Elim first. Bu Elim, what are your thoughts about the experience that you have already and for the future? What are the key elements from the global markets that can help support real programs and real conservation efforts on the ground?
Yeah, I agree that for the long term, we need to think about how we put the finance in terms of investment rather than grant. But for Indonesia, the concept itself need like an enabler, right? To design in terms of concept, which is, of course, we have to start with the investment, but to help the community, we need to some kind like a grant. But this grant to be designed to how this concept between if we talk about the landscape level public-private community partnership, we need to design the concept for as an enabler. Then this during the implementation, then maybe we can link with the investment like TFFF. So this is maybe how we can design the blended finance, because of for experience I back to the South Sumatra, APP invested for the 3 years to start with the 2 villages to have a pilot. Because of in that coastal area, a lot of illegal fishery already happened, and we cannot say to the community that you have to out from this area, but we have to find solution. And we started with the non-profit organization in Indonesia, working with 2 villages as a pilot, and then we see there is a success story. When you educate the community, they understand about the importance of the ecosystem there. Some part they agree to restore back to the mangrove, because of they realize if they continue to doing it without sustainable ways, the productivity of the shrimp, which is a shrinking. And when they realize, and then of course with the long term, we need 3 years, only 2 village. So they agree to plan about 40 hectares, and then they see the result is a productivity. Yeah, there is a increment about the productivity of the harvesting of the shrimp. So seeing this situation, we are thinking that how we can scaling up with the landscape, like because this almost 200,000 within the coastal from the south to north up to national park. Because of this, I think in terms, if we measure the risk for the not only for the mangrove but the whole South Sumatra. So we'll impact it from the sea water level. And then I think we need to quickly design, and APP cannot do alone. So this is, we need some kind like a fund, how we can together, because of in that area is not APP the only private sector as a players. So I agree with you, but we need some kind like a start as a grant, and then how this connect, we can connect it again with the carbon project, carbon credit, and this carbon credit can fund it back, and then maybe we connect back with the TFFF. So that's the design that, which is, I think minimum 5 years we need to design, and then create the pilot more than 2 villages, because of that's only one spot. How we can implement between several spots within the landscape, and then we can find the right business model to implement for the long term. So yeah, that's maybe my suggestion for the one
Thank you,
landscape.
Bu Elim.
Thank you.
I want to go back to Pak Weni. Pak Weni, I think you explained a bit on the biodiversity conservation, and I think the commitment for compliance and also voluntary. But can you touch a little bit about not just beyond the numbers, right? How has investing and protecting nature support the business also, and the communities in the surrounding area? Can you touch base a little bit about that?
Yes, in Pertamina we have the program like corporate social responsibility. Yeah, so the people around our operation activity, we have to develop or to improve the capacity of the people to protect their environment, to protect the nature, and then etc. So if the nature and environment surrounding our company well maintained and protected by the people, so the beneficial not only for the company but also for the communities also. And then some several program also related to the how to improve the quality of economy in community surrounding of Pertamina, in link with the how to improve the quality of the forest in also in surrounding in Pertamina. In the program Pertamina Sustainable Forestry, or in Indonesia we said Hutan Lestari Pertamina, we also have to improve the capability of the people in around of the Pertamina area. This is cover 3 thematic: sustainable forestry tourism, and sustainable forestry for bioenergy, and sustainable forestry for the sustainable food. So if this program can implement in our community surrounding operation of Pertamina, I think the people around the Pertamina will improve about the quality of life. That's maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Weni. And I know that there's a lot of enthusiasm. There's a lot of people in the audience as well. I want to give a little bit of a chance for Q&A. But before going to Q&A, just a quick question for you, Catherine. What is, all of these efforts, what are the key elements in terms of capacity that both UNDP is supporting, but countries like Brazil, like Indonesia, and also in the private sector can help to accelerate these efforts?
Well, I think we are at the cup of implementation, and we need to think about implementation differently. So at UNDP, as you know, we do mostly grants. We receive funding from the donor countries, and we grant those. We use that fund for grants, whether you're accessing a JEF or GCF or just a bilateral grant. That's the way we have been doing business. But now, the scale of the funding that's needed means that we need to use those grants more, much smarter than what we have been doing. So the capacity that we can provide, the tools that we can use is going back to the blended finance. How do we use not only the funding, but the capacity building that we are doing to scale up that investment. So doing either the proof of concept, the feasibility studies, or doing the first layer of investment, that's something big that, that needs to come in. How do you use that grants to be like the first concessional finance you're getting in that? So I think for us, whether it's in the forestry sector or any sector, that is going to be what's going to make the difference going forward as we really want to scale up implementation. Thanks.
Thank you. And I would like to give open for the audience, because we have a lot of people here. Anyone with the questions for the panelists up here, or Anissa from online, also from ID Survey? Please raise your hands.
Thank you very much. I'm Anita from Nigeria, President of Women in Renewable Energy Association. And I want to thank the panelists for their very proactive contribution on forests, conserving tropical forests for ecosystem service and climate. But in Nigeria is a big challenge for the rural women, because they need to cook. They cut down the trees and cook and cook and cook. Even if you are trying to create awareness, you do capacity building for them, you do skill acquisition programs for them, develop the communities, they still cut the trees. So the alternative that we have for them is probably using the waste, you know, particularly livestock waste, like the poops of the swine, poops of the poultry, to generate gas, using biodigesters and all. These can be very expensive. So my question is, how can we collaborate as per the dictates of Sustainable Development Goal 17, collaborate with all of you and everybody even here? How can we collaborate and make sure that we give the women, that is Sustainable Development Goal 5, that empowerment through the mandate of Sustainable Development Goal 7, giving them affordable access to energy to cook, clean cooking. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Maybe Andre, you want to explain a bit also, maybe Catherine and others, what's the link between this nature and also from the energy side? Because everything is interlinked.
Thank you so much for that question. I'm happy to take it. In my previous life, that's what I did for a living. Working with women on cooking, on clean cooking, and we were using carbon finance, actually, to give them access to a more affordable technology, to the more affordable sources of finance. So I think what I did not say during my intervention is also what we can do and make sure there is the funding that's coming, the capacity is coming, is actually touching those people on the ground who need it the most. And we can support, UNDP does that all the time, we can support with that. So I think the solution is to have something that they can use that's affordable. Now, how you finance it is a different story. In general, people have been financing it with grants, which is not always sustainable. And we found, and I have a friend here who works on carbon finance who just walked in, we used to work together, that we have found that when you are providing a new technology and you are giving it, they may not value it. So the key here is, how do you make it affordable, and how do you take to them the technology that is the most appropriate for them? You don't want to give them a cook stove that they're not going to touch. So we're actually thinking about it in Nigeria. We work in Nigeria, and we are just now working on clean cooking. So happy to talk to you later after this meeting. Thank you so much for the question.
Anyone else have questions? Please feel free to raise their hands. I also just want to add a little bit. I know I'm a moderator, but in Indonesia, we also, as part of the government's focus around food security, water security, and energy security, everything plays a role, all right? And when we talk about nature protection, you touch a very important piece, which is basically what are the key drivers of deforestation. By addressing the key drivers, by providing solutions like that connects not just nature-based solutions, but also technology-based solution on the ground is critical. It's also maybe different, but also the government of Indonesia with partners also looking at fisheries and how fishers community, especially in very remote areas, how they can be provided not just switching, but some fishers communities do not have access to energy. How that can do together with solar panels, cold chains with solar technology, PV, but also with certification in tuna and other fisheries to also increase the market value of these communities as well as they enter into a more value-add market. I think these are kind of critical points as well. Any further questions, please? Just one more, yes, please. Here.
I'm Faisal Parish, Global Environment Center. For Ibu Elim, you mentioned about the challenge of working in landscape with multiple partners. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on how you're working with the local community and also how you try to bring together the different stakeholders on the landscape to have a common approach?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So basically, we had a flagship program when we launched since 2015 and implement 2016. That program as well we implement. Of course, we priority which villages or community that has a high priority in terms of risk. We start with that area and then scaling up to other area. Maybe you can show my slide very quick for the last slide. So basically that's one sample and answering also your question about the women empowerment that Ibu Mezani explained. That's also something that we did in these two villages when we teach the women how use the non-timber product and then create the value-added product, for example, from shrimp, from the fishery that they have, is not thinking to scaling up the fishery and damaging the mangrove, but how they can create the value-added product like become milk, fish, flush, and then create the cake. But of course, again, this is our responsibility, how to also connect them with the market. So I think this is the program that we create, and we are already reached out about 400 villages, but of course in a lot of kind of product. So, but this is one of the sample how we can reach out the women, not only women group, but the whole community to try to bring understanding that not always have to be cutting the trees, but a non-timber forest product is a lot of by also upgrading with the value-added product. Other products like honey, etc. Also, I think, yeah, because of no more time, but we create that kind of program to ensure that the women understand, not only women, the community understand how they can protect the forest, but also improve their livelihood. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And please give a round of applause again to all the speakers, including the keynote speaker for today. I think today's discussion has been so rich, and also to share knowledge from different partners, different diverse partners within the tropical ecosystems, forest ecosystems that we have, and also to show that conservation and forest management for ecosystem services and climate is not just about protection, it's also about inclusive development, partnership, capacity building, and also mobilizing resources to both the communities and the global markets. Thank you very much. Please again give round of applause. And thank you Bu Anissa for being here online with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Meizani. And thank you. And thank you to all speakers engaged in the discussion. And thanks to you all to entertain the floor. Ibu Nani would love to present a special note of thanks for the panel. Please kindly accept. I actually overlooked the time. I thought this is going to be the last session, but we actually have one more. So please don't go anywhere. Please stay with us. We have another one to do. And I promise it's going to be an interesting and another engaging discussion. Thank you. And by the way, I'm going to spill out the topic for the next session. It's around methane management. So if you found this topic interesting, please remain on your seat, or I will probably see you in about 5 or 10 as we are going to kick off the session promptly at around 4 o'clock. See you again.
Recording stopped.
Cek 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 satu cek cek cek. Cek 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 cek.
Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. For those who just recently joined, again, welcome to you, and thank you, Ruth, for being our long-standing, loyal audience from morning until the end of the program. We do appreciate your time and your input as well. Thank you. Because we are going to have an exciting, interesting discussion covering a topic around methane management. As addressing methane emissions, particularly in oil and gas sector, has been recognized and considered as one of the most cost-efficient and fastest way to slow down the global warming and to advance net zero. However, to achieve a meaningful reduction of methane, of course, requires a significant amount of investment and financing. Before we proceed with the discussion, let's hear some key important message and notes from our beloved Deputy Coordinating Minister for Food Accessibility and Safety of the Ministry of Food Affairs, Ibu Nani Hendiarti.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and my pleasure to join you and welcome all of you here in Indonesian Pavilion to discuss the important topic that we call the most critical enablers of our global energy transitions, methane management and climate financing. I think this topic is being discussed for since maybe last few years, yeah, because the importance of what we call it, methane reductions, yeah, as an complement to also effort for emission reductions. But before that, on behalf of the government of Indonesia and then also coordinating Ministry for Food Affairs, we would like to express my sincere appreciation to our partner, World Bank, also Jokmek and Pertamina for organizing this session that bridge the world of the energy and environment under one shared purpose, building the sustainable and resilient future. Methane is a short-lived climate pollutant, yet its impact on the global warming is profound. Reducing methane emission provides one of the fastest and most cost-effective opportunities to control temperature rise in near terms, so reinforcing the goals of the Paris Agreement. In the energy sector, particularly oil and gas, methane reduction represents a strategic pathway of the carbonization. By strengthening measurement, reporting, and verification, or we call the MRV system, improving operational efficiency and adopting technologies such as flare reductions, leak detection, and carbon capture. So Indonesia is actively working to cut emissions and strengthen energy security at the same time. Indonesia's commitment to the net zero emission by 2060 or earlier is attached in the newly enacted government regulation number 40 this year, 2025, on the national energy policy. This regulation defines a clear framework for the energy diversification, conservation, and decarbonization, ensuring that our transition contributes to national resilience and inclusive growth. Under the national energy policy, Indonesia aims to expand the share of the renewable energy while reducing reliance on the fossil fuel, a shift that must go hand in hand with methane reductions and climate-aligned investment. In this context, the government continues to encourage collaboration between public institution, development partner, and also industry to mobilize financing and technology for low carbon innovation across the entire energy value chains. While the focus on this session is on methane management in the energy sector, it is important to recognize the interlinkage between energy, food, and environmental sustainability. So methane reduction is not limited to oil and gas, but also it extends to agriculture, waste management, and also land use. So these areas are deeply connected to the food security and resource efficiency. The government of Indonesia, through cross-sector coordination, is advancing programs that promote integrated resource management, ensuring that the emission reduction effort in energy also support the sustainable agriculture, circular economy, and climate resilient livelihood. This integrated approach underscores that energy transition and food security are not competing priorities, but mutually reinforced pillar of our sustainable development agenda. Achieving methane reductions at the scale requires not only strong policies, but also innovative financing and global partnership. Indonesia is expanding access to the blended finance, carbon markets, and result-based mechanism to the risk methane abated project and make them bankable. Through the collaboration with the World Bank and JOGMEC, International Finance Corporation, or IFC, JOGMEC is a Japan organization for metals and energy security. Also with the other partners, we are accelerating technology transfer and investment pipeline that connect climate finance with measurable mitigation outcome. At the same time, corporate actors such as Pertamina are taking a leadership role in implementing oil and gas methane partnership aligned with the methane management program, enhancing transparency and setting an example for the regions. This partnership demonstrates that financing climate action is not only about capital flow, but also it is about trust, accountability, and shared ambition toward a net zero future. Methane management is a practical and a powerful step toward achieving our climate and development goals. By reducing methane emissions, we not only cut greenhouse gases, but also improve efficiency, strengthen energy security, and protect the environment that sustain our people. So through the collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility, we can turn our commitment into real action. Let us continue to work together to make methane management a driver of both climate progress and sustainable growth for Indonesia, for our region, and also for our planet. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Nani, for highlighting some key important words, messages, and framing the context for the upcoming discussion. Okay, let's proceed. We're going to explore some actionable recommendations on financial frameworks and mechanisms that can be replicated and scaled up across the regions, particularly in emerging markets, to advance its climate actions. So I will call upon all the speakers, being the first one. He's the Deputy General Manager from JOGMEC, Please welcome Masataka Yarita. Our second speaker, he is the Senior Vice President, HSSE PT Pertamina. I better get it right this time, Bapak Weni Ipmawan. Okay, we're still waiting for another speaker, and I believe we all agree we could never have enough of our moderator, because not just working her job as a moderator, she's also very, very active in responding to all the answers from the floor. Okay, welcome. This is our last speaker. He's the Director, Energy and Extractives Global from World Bank Global, Dr. Demetrios Papatanasiou. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Over to you, Mbak. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you again for having us here today. I think it's very interesting. We just finished a panel discussion around forest conservation and climate, and now we go into methane management and also technology management. And I think one of the key things, as the Deputy Coordinating Minister have mentioned as well, this is critical, not just for oil and gas industries, but also as a fight against climate change, and really what is the efforts around scaling and also addressing a net zero future. So we have here a great panel of speakers that is representing different players in also this challenge in issues of methane management. I think we were just talking about how methane is a potent driver of also climate change, have the impact that is the greenhouse gas impact that is 80 times more than carbon dioxide. And I think it's not just apparent in oil and gas. Deputy Coordinating Minister also mentioned about waste and other sectors as well. So I want to first give the floor maybe to from the JOCMEC, Yarita-san. Maybe you can explain why do we have to care about methane management, and what is it that the industry is doing in also the partnership for net zero future. Thanks.
Maybe I can go.
Yes, please. It's ready.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Again, my name is Masataka Yarita from JOCMEC, Japan Organization for Metals and Energy Security. So the first of all, I would like to thank this great opportunity and thank you for having me here. And with this presentation, I'd like to share why methane mitigation or methane reduction matters for the LNG world through our initiative called the Clean Initiative. And also, I would like to explain about some technical cooperation projects in Indonesia with our dear Pertamina. So please go on to the next slide. And again. And yes. So first, I would like to start with the brief overview of initiative called the CLEAN, Coalition for LNG Emission Abatement Towards Net Zero. So this is the initiative launched by two major LNG buyers in Japan and South Korea. But obviously, these two countries are one of the largest LNG buyer in the world, and also Japan and South Korea both are heavily heavily dependent on the import of the fossil fuels, and particularly the LNG is vital to our economy. So our coalition is aiming to putting more transparency on methane emission data from the LNG value chain that we are importing and we are consuming. So we are aiming to collect and amplify buyers' voices and sending to the energy producers, and how we can collaborate to reduce or encourage their activities. And also, we are compiling some best practices already taken in the industry and to disseminate these best practices for those of who have not taken the action yet. So our aim is to be the kind of the catalyst among the producer and consumer. We cannot solely ask the producers to take the responsibility, but as a large importer, we are also some kind of the responsibility to use that LNG in more environmentally friendly manner. So that is the reason behind we have launched that initiative. So please on the next page. And this is the participant and acknowledgement parties at a glance. And we started with only 2 partners, but now we welcome 27 members, including most of the Japanese and Korean LNG importers. And also we have received acknowledgement from the large LNG producers or international organizations which have actively involved in this area. So that shows the kind of the significance of the coalition and how important to sending the clear message from the buyers to the producers to doing the right thing for the sustainable use of the LNG, which is very vital to the many economies in the world, not only in the developed countries, also for the emerging economies to secure affordable energy access to them. Please go on to the next page. Actually, we have launched our annual report just today, so you can find it on JOGMEC's website. So I would like to bring some highlights from the report, because as a coalition, we have compiled some data from the LNG producers by sending the questionnaire from JOGMEC to the energy producers and collecting the data related to the LNG, for example, methane emission or best practices they have already taken. So looking into this year's report, we have quite significant improvement in terms of data quality and the data response. On top left, we have received the response from the 95% of the LNG project we sent, and the 64% of them have submitted their project-based data, not the corporate basis, a project-specific data to us. And also, we have seen a very significant increase in the reporting quality. OGMP 2.0 is well known, the kind of the foundation of the reporting framework, and nearly half of the energy producers have reported their emission data based on the OGMP reporting framework, and they achieved level 4 and level 5, which is very significant because level 4 and level 5 requires the site level measurement rather than just doing the kind of the estimate using the emission factor. So we are seeing some progress in terms of data availability and the credibility. And also on the right-hand side, we can see the best practices, and we have featured 6 projects in this year, which was doubled from the previous year. So we have some very cutting-edge projects in Australia, and also this year we have seen the best practices responded from the United States project as well. So if you look into that report, you can see the best practices, how they are doing well for the methane management from the energy production. So in the next slide, and this shows some kind of the presence of the Green Secretariat in the various conferences like this one, or we have attended nearly 20 conferences in the past 2 years, and we disseminated about this significant achievement. And also June this year, we have expanded collaboration, including the UNEP IMEO, GIIGNL, EDF, stands for the Environmental Defense Fund, and also the third-party certifier MIQ we have launched the joint statement to reduce or accelerate the reduction of the emission across the LNG value chain. And also we are closely working with National Institute to combine satellite technology into data to the measurement already done with the IMEO. So please go on to the next one. So in the second half of my presentation, I would like to jump into the Indonesian project particularly, but my colleague here will explain more about the importance of the collaboration. So I keep it very brief, and please on the next page. So Indonesia and Japan have been collaborating in this methane management field for many years, because Indonesia is a very reliable and a trustful partner for Japan for the many years. So we have concluded the MOU in December 2023, and we have signed a joint study agreement with Pertamina and other joint operating body to conduct the actual measurement facility in upstream project in Indonesia, Sulawesi Island. So we have conducted the project the last 2 years, and this is the second year, and we have achieved some significant result in the past 2 years. Please go on to the next one. And we have done the actual measurement project over the offshore facility, including the gas production facility and also the gas transmission facility, I mean the pipeline. So the last year, we have conducted the project in the Matintok and Donggi area, and this year we are conducting the actual measurement across the 3 areas. And we are aiming to do the zero flaring study for that field, and also we have been conducting the ELDA projects, and also we are cooperating to achieve the OGMP level 4 and 5 measurement together with the Pertamina. In the next slide, I would like to bring some findings and improvements. The difficulty of the methane management is the kind of the understanding from management level in the headquarters to the operational level in the field. All of them have the same understanding and the same motivation towards the same goal. So during that process, we have identified some issues of the unexpected leak, and we have identified through the ELDA program, and we have fixed immediately after the measurement. So that helps us to identify the issue and solve it very quickly. So that was the main findings on that project. And in the next slide, not only working with Indonesian national corporation, we are very much open to the other companies or entities or organizations in that region. So as a member of the ASEAN Methane Leadership Program 2.0, JOGMEC very much committed to achieve and disseminated the best practices we have already done in Indonesia. So we have invited the various experts to that site, and together with Pertamina, we have coordinated the site visit to show the actual case of the methane management in that field. And the next slide, I would like to conclude and the way forward. As I mentioned, we have been closely working with various entities and our partners, and also we studied zero routine flaring in that actual field, and also we have conducted the ELDA program. And in this year, this is the second year of that campaign, so we measured that all the projects we have already done to evaluate the reduction of the GHG emission and confirm the appropriate ELDA program is effective, still effective, and for decreasing the methane leaks. And also, we are very much pleased to announce, in collaboration with the World Bank, and also the technical expertise from JOGMEC and our partners, we would like to start a new collaboration in Indonesia with new partners. So very much looking forward to work with you and in the next few years. So thank you very much. I should stop here. Terima kasih. Obrigado. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, Yarita-san. I think I forgot to explain the audience also your background. You've been working, I think, over a decade in oil and gas, and also energy, global energy analysis, and also you have worked also in the International Energy Agency. I think it's just showing also as a deputy director of JOGMEC your leadership and also the role, not just on initiative as a global, but also Japan's leadership as well as partnership with Indonesia. With that, I think you close your presentation actually as a way to introduce the second speaker, Dr. Demetrios, who is the Global Director for the World Bank Energy and Extractive that supports clean, affordable, as well as sustainable energy transition. You have over 2 decades in power, mining sector, as well as infrastructure sector. So tell us a little bit about what the World Bank does and also the public-private partnership to advance these efforts.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. In Indonesia, we have been starting to work with Pertamina under our initiative for global flaring and methane reduction. It's called GFMR. And this is an initiative that started and was funded strongly by the United Arab Emirates government and 6 international oil and gas companies. They provided us with a total, we have a total pledge of $250 million to focus on reducing global methane emissions from the oil and gas industry. What is remarkable is that every barrel of oil or every cubic meter of gas that we're using actually is not just that. It encompasses usually a lot of emissions on the way until it arrives into consumers. And of course, there's a lot of flaring, and sometimes there's venting of methane that happens at the very production of oil and gas. And the oil and gas industry itself set up a climate initiative. They acknowledge that for the industry to play its role on climate change, they need to reduce their own emissions from producing oil and gas. So we started working with OGCI. We put in place the GFMR, and what we have been doing in the last year or so, we now have about a year of actual experience with GFMR, is that we have engaged in 17 different countries, and our engagement starts from putting in place regulations on how flaring should happen, how routine flaring should be managed, all the way to helping companies with doing monitoring of the leaks. And there is a big challenge actually with methane. Methane is a gas that you cannot actually see, not with the naked eye. You need equipment, you need the right training for people so that they can have a continuous monitoring of their facilities. And as in the example that was mentioned earlier, sometimes you have a leak, it comes up and you don't know it. So what we've been doing is, first of all, trying to train people to understand where leaks might happen and give them the right equipment. And we try to have a systemic approach with companies so that they regularly monitoring their facilities. They use the right devices that they can detect the leaks. And then at a larger scale, what we try to do is change the way that people think about managing methane and managing the flares. This remains a very significant problem globally, and it varies from country to country. So we're really pleased that Japan, that has a lot of know-how a lot of technologies as well. The LiDAR technologies, which is technology that helps you to see things that are not visible in the eye. We're really very glad to work with Jogmek, first of all in Indonesia and with Pertamina. And then we would like to take this initiative and the learnings that we have from Indonesia throughout the Asian region. Asia is extremely important when it comes to energy use. It is the part of the world where energy demand is growing and growing and growing. It will continue to grow for some time. We expect that oil and gas will continue to play a role in the energy mix for some time as well. So it is important that we focus our efforts on reducing unnecessary emissions. And of course, the bottom line of this is that every cubic meter of gas which is not going to the atmosphere, it means that it can actually go to the market. And when it goes to the market, it benefits the company that produces, but it also benefits consumers on the other side. So all of this makes a lot of sense, but there are some technical challenges in terms of how we detect things. There are some managerial challenges in terms of training people to identify the leaks and then giving them the right tools and managerial approaches in handling this in a system-wide approach. On top of that, we're ready to finance project, we're ready to finance pre-feasibility, and for the right places, we can bring the World Bank financing and make sure that if additional investments are needed, then we can help with that as well. So this is in a nutshell our approach. And again, we hope to deepen our experience and our cooperation in Indonesia and then try and take this experience all around Asia as well.
Thank you, Dr. Dimitrios. And I think what's interesting from both the explanation from you as well as Yarita-san is really how do we scale this up, or how do we implement? And I think today we also are joined by Pak Weni. Pak Weni is from the Pertamina Persero, who leads the health, safety, security, and environment. He has over 17 years of experience in the industry and now overseeing the safety culture as well as environmental compliance and risk management practices as well as governance. So how does Pertamina partnership, I think you can elaborate a little bit more around the methane management and reduction and what has been the lesson learned and the learning so far. Pak Weni.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to share you about our experience in managing methane reduction from global partnership, of course with Jogmek, World Bank, and the other partners to local action in our company, advancing methane management in Indonesia energy transition. Let's get started. Next slides, please. This is the first question that we have to answer. Why methane we should our concern right now to be managed? We know that methane is the methane is material that influencing the climate change. The methane accounts for about 20% of global warming. And then also methane is more potent than carbon dioxide. And of course, in energy sector, energy sector contributed about 38% of the methane. So this is the one of the biggest our major sources of the source in the energy sector. Next slide, please. At the global level, we know that there are several commitments have launched to accelerate the methane reduction, like the global methane pledge. We know it was launched at COP26 in November 2021, and as you know that Indonesia was among 159 countries to work together in there. And then number 2 is oil and gas decarbonization charter, and Pertamina also committed and signed the charter to to near zero methane emission, and then 1.2% of methane intensity by 20 or 30. The global commitment is the foundation, but I think the key is how to implement this commitment into the action. So the global implementation program coordinated by UNEP and then also by the World Bank has implemented like climate and clean air coalition, support countries to make a policy and then technical assistance, and oil and gas methane partnership, as you say, OGMP, also support like company like Pertamina to improve methane emission reporting and then also mitigate impact in oil and gas sector. And number 3 is the World Bank Global Flaring Methane Reduction Partnership. This is funding the project related to the methane reduction and also the zero flaring. And then the last one is Coalition for LNG Emission Abatement toward Net Zero. This is the program launched by ZERA and Korea Gas Corporation. This is aims to reduce methane emission and ensure transparency across the LNG value chains. Next slide, please. If we look closer at the how Pertamina and how Indonesia can translate the global commitment into the national action, we can see at the left side in this chart that this chart describe about the methane emission by sector in Indonesia. That's number 1 contributor of the methane emission is from the waste sector, and number 2 is from agriculture sector, and in number 3 from energy sector about 14%. Although the energy sector is not the biggest one, but the energy sector has a key role because we know that the emission reduction in energy sector mostly can be measured and then mostly feasible to implement this program. So Indonesia has progressed with signing commitment to the global methane pledge, and then we have minister regulation also for energy and mineral resources. It is an outline guideline for inventory and mitigating greenhouse gases, and also we conduct collaboration with international partner like JOGMEC, World Bank, and then the other parties. So this is describe how Indonesia seriously to manage the methane, and Pertamina as the biggest energy company in Indonesia, of course, has the key role for how to implement this commitment of Indonesia into the company action. Next slide, please. And this is the Pertamina policy about the sustainability. This is very clear that we have a strong commitment to methane emission abatement as outlined in our sustainability policy and also in 10 sustainability focuses. In Pertamina sustainability policy, we have an ambition to be a leading and reputable global energy company and to be recognized as an environmental friendly company, social responsible company, and good governance company. And then if we see at the 10 sustainability focus, a part of the one of the sustainability focus is about addressing climate change. And in that, we have to address also about the methane emission abatement. If we see a deep dive about the target in 2030 in Pertamina, we have to achieve a zero return flaring in all operational activities especially in the subholding upstream. And for methane emission, we have to reduce about 40% from baseline 2021. Then if we can achieve this target, I think we can contribute to the national target of Indonesia, and also improving our operational efficiencies and to reduce production loss, and also to improve our ESG performance. Next slide, please. If you talk about how to translate national or company policy into the real action in our program, this is the serial program or project we have done from 2021 to 2025. We just get started in 2021, join ASEAN Energy Sector Methane Roundtable, and 2023 we are the participation of a methane leadership program with Southeast Asia, and we can discuss and share each other about how to improve our capability, especially in our worker, to improve knowledge about the management of methane or methane reduction. And then in 2024, we plan, and then we conduct OGMP, and also endorse the World Bank GFML to support zero routine flaring in Pertamina. And we also conduct methane quantification measurement with JOGMEC, and we continue methane leadership program, site visit with participants over 50 representatives across the three organization in our site. In 2025, we moved from planning to the execution, and we start to report OGMP reporting to UNEP, and enhance emission calculator tools to make our calculation of methane reduction is more accurate. And then we also still cooperation with JOGMEC to methane measurement. And then next we will conduct LDAR campaign, or leak detection and repair campaign with World Bank for in Badak. And of course, this serial of action, we have to consistent to implement this, because we are Pertamina serious to reduce the methane in the future. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown or detail of how the global partnership in our company to local implementation is conducted. If we see that each partnership, like you said, JOGMEC and World Bank, as unique or specific project and output in our company. If you can see, like you said, they support to Pertamina about technical assistance, how to make OGMP reporting framework, and then how to improve greenhouse gas inventory gap assessment. JOGMEC has also assist Pertamina to conduct direct methane measurement and then quantification, and World Bank, of course, funding for our study on flaring methane abatement roadmap, and also conducting LDAR campaign at Badak in the end of 2025. Next slide, please. This is the detail of the project supporting by World Bank Group. World Bank has conducted technical assistance for Pertamina with the scope of project, identify and prioritizing emission reduction project, and the important benefit for Pertamina is consists of three level. in global level, Pertamina have access for funding opportunities, and in national level, Pertamina can support Indonesia NDC reduction target and Indonesia GMP pledge. And at company level, of course, Pertamina can reduce our cost for operational, and then to reduce loss of production, and also improve operational efficiencies. Next slide, please. This is the project number 2, collaboration with the JOGMEC. As you, Mr. Masa said, that location of the project at the Senoro CPP, Matindok, and Donggi CPP. All the location it's Sulawesi Island. Next, please. This is, of course, our learning from we can get from this project, because various applicable technology we can learn, such as fixed sensor camera, OGR camera, and then of course the high-tech of satellite and drone, which can calculate about the concentration of methane emitted by our plant or our equipment. Next slide, please. This is the measurement result of level 4 that describe that in our 2 plant, this describe a different level of the source, like fugitive emission is more than Senoro CPP. Next slide, please. This is the measurement result. This is the important result, I think, how to describe the effectiveness of the project. If you see in the right side in the picture, that there are decreasing of the concentration of methane in 2024 to be from 2,000 kilogram per year to be 900 in 2025. This is, I think, how to describe the effectiveness of this project before and after measurement. Next slide, please. And this is the result at Matindok CPP. Also saw the effectiveness the project, that the leaks detected in 2024 about 38 decreased into 12 in 2025. Next slide, please. Maybe pass. Next slide, please. Okay, maybe that's the presentation I shared with you. Before I close this presentation, I would like to share our statement that enhancing our methane emission measurement across our asset is essential to managing the methane emission. Thank you for your kind attention. I would like to forward to discussion for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Weni. I think it's been very interesting to see the real implementation on the ground that Pertamina has been conducting, and also seeing the future of what's possible. We have a lot of people here today in the audience. I want to first provide an opportunity for anyone in the audience with any questions to our speakers today. Anyone? If not, then first maybe I have a question, perhaps to Demetrios. What is really, we've seen the examples from you and others today about implementation. What do you think is and the role and approach that the World Bank is taking in order to accelerate access to financing, especially for developing countries?
Thanks a lot, and then let me also say congratulations to Pertamina. It's remarkable how quickly we have advanced in the last 2 years, and how your team is focusing And I think the way you describe it, that you need to measure what's going on so that you can establish the right baseline and build up on that, I have to say it's really good progress, and we're looking forward to continue to work with you and with Jogmek, by the way. I think it's always better when you do something with someone else, with a partner. So for us, it's really an interesting experience. Now, to come to your question on the financing, we find that there is a spectrum of issues when it comes to methane emissions, and therefore a spectrum of needs and investments. So we have cases where sometimes the leak is happening because a valve has been forgotten open, right? And because you cannot see the methane, it keeps on going. So continuous measurement, the LiDAR surveys, this is important. In other cases, and I can tell you, for instance, in a country we're working in Central Asia, in Uzbekistan, what has been happening there is that the network and the system is basically getting very old. So a lot of the facilities are getting rusty, they're not functioning properly, and there is where we need to do significant investments. So what we have been doing there is preparing feasibility studies, trying to cost what it will take to fix things, and then we try to measure what are the benefits in terms of avoided leaks, the gas that stays into the network and can be sold to consumers. And we do feasibility studies, we identify the vendors, and then we try to raise the capital so that we can get the investments going. We have started already doing this, and I should say that GFMR, the global the facility for flaring and methane reduction, is only about 1 year old. But we're already engaging in 17 countries. Indonesia is one of them. And we have already, in the case of Uzbekistan, started investments. We have provided about $15 million where they're already making investments with very high rates of return. So before we can proceed with financing, we need to have a good identification of the problem, try to figure out what the investment needs are going to be, and then we try to mobilize the capital. In general, I should say that because we're talking about a valuable product, methane is a valuable product, especially when it's turned to LNG and when it reaches international markets. So the focus that we see from management and from financial institutions in bringing capital and making these investments is quite encouraging. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. A lot of it starts with training people, ensuring that companies have the right equipment. And then I think in terms of bringing the capital and the financing, that is what we do normally. It's the World Bank. That's our main business. And we're looking forward to deploy capital around the world to reduce the methane emissions as well.
Thank you. Can you elaborate a little bit? I'm actually quite curious. When you say quite a good IRR, what does that look like? What is the span in terms of that?
So it depends. There's a wide spectrum. In many cases, what you need to do is just continue to do the measurement and make sure that you deal with leaks as they arise. And very often that is just fixing a valve or something is stuck. So, you know, the return on investment of that is enormous, right? Now, when it comes to replacing equipment or installing new equipment, we're looking at rates of returns on the investment, which is in double digits. And again, a lot depends on what kind of markets you're dealing with and what is the value of the gas that you're selling. So definitely it's double digits, and from what we have seen in the initial projects, we're looking at about 15% returns and above. So these are really good investments, and that's why once we can put the packages together, we feel that the financing will come.
Thank you. I want to come back to you, Yarita-san, about the effect that the support that the Clean is doing in terms of data sharing as well as market-based mechanism towards getting more accurate information and transparency across Asia, but maybe even beyond. Can you share a little bit more on that?
About the data sharing, and yes, I'm happy to do that. Yeah,
before that, I'm just compliment about the how the methane leakage can be addressed at the net zero cost. According to the IEA, the latest study, nearly 40% of the methane leakage issue could be addressed at the net zero cost, which means once we have identified the issue and just fixed a little bit, that has the huge impact in terms of the economics of that project. That helps to generate additional revenue to do more significant investment to reduce the methane emission at the end of the day. So our initiative is a part of that I explained, and one of the purposes of that initiative is the sharing the best practices which have already taken among the industry. Looking into our latest report, we have highlighted 6 projects this year, and most of them have achieved their methane emission reduction without huge investment to that project, which means that is the reason why the methane management is the low-hanging fruit compared to the other measures which requires the large investment. So disseminating that these projects to the entire energy and also the other sectors, that helps to reduce significantly the fugitive leaks or unforeseen leakage from that operation. So yeah, we are continuing that kind of the activities, disseminating the best practices among the others.
Thank you. And it's quite clear that one of the critical element of methane management is really data information, and also to improve that will have a direct impact to the business itself. I would go to Pak Weni a bit. I know that a lot of the work that you have done in Pertamina with everyone is quite critical. How do you ensure that from the reduction of methane management that you do delivers co-benefit to the local community as well as sustainability goals that Pertamina have? Can you share a little bit more on that?
This is the interesting question because, of course, we have to link with the communities around our company activities. In Pertamina, we know that methane reduction is bring also to the multiple benefits. It improves energy efficiency, enhance operational safety, and then reduce production loss, and also environmental risks to the nearby communities, because if there is one leak of our plant and on our equipment, and then the communities will get the impact of the methane emitted by our company. So if we can stop the leakage of the methane in our plant, so the communities will get also the benefit from the program. And I can share you about also about the corporate social responsibility program that we have done in Pertamina. We have introduced methane and biogas as renewable energy. So this is also can impact the positive impact to the community, because through local engagement and training, the people or the community will improve their capabilities to get how to access energy in form of renewable energy. That's all, maybe.
Thank you. If no one, does anyone have pressing questions? If not, I know that some of you, Dimitrios and others, also have to leave for other meetings. So I want to give a chance for the 3 amazing panelists here today to give last-minute thoughts before we close this session.
Look, rather than a thought, what I would like to say is, first of all, a thank you. because the partnership that we're beginning to work on in Indonesia and with JOGMEC is important. We're addressing one of the unseen but really difficult problems of greenhouse gas emissions with methane. And we're looking forward to continue to learn from our experience with you. I just want to thank you and looking forward to continue the cooperation. And thanks for having me here as well.
Thank you. As I mentioned during my speech, the collaboration is the key, and also you mentioned. The methane management is not the sole issue for the producers. We cannot leave that issue just on the shoulder of the producers. As a consumer, and obviously looking ahead 2030, 2040, 2050, even in the developed market or traditional market of LNG like Japan, South Korea, or Taiwan, we still have some chunky portion of the LNG or natural gas within the energy mix. And looking around Asia, various emerging economies are there, and their need for this sustainable or reliable and affordable energy access is the key as well. That underpinned the demand of the natural gas. And also looking beyond in Africa and other regions, there are some critical issue of the access for the electricity, access for the clean cooking. These could be addressed by the issue of the affordable supply of the LNG. So in this, taking into account the both potential user of the or consumer of the natural gas and the producers take the hand together and doing the right thing, doing the right time to make this industry more sustainable and make our planet sustainable. So that's my key message, and very much looking forward to working in this field with the great partners. Thank you.
Pertamina cannot walk alone to introduce and implement this methane program. So I think the cooperation and partner with JOGMEC or World Bank, I think this is very beneficial for Pertamina for improvement our capability of the people, and I think this is the combining between international expertise into the with the local capabilities of Pertamina. So with this collaboration and partnership can make more mature for Pertamina to implement the methane reduction. I think that's all. Thank you.
So thank you for the keynote speaker today, Deputy Coordinating Minister, as well as our amazing three panelists to shed the light on this important issue around methane reduction and methane management for the fight towards net zero and climate change. And I think from all the speakers, it was mentioned that this is a critical topic that when it's done right and it's done well, has a direct impact not just for greenhouse gas emission reduction, but also the local community safety, security, as well as improving productivity and revenue towards businesses and to the market itself. So the role of partnership, both globally, regionally, as well as local implementation is critical to achieving this. And Indonesia has shown, together with Japan and others, to show that real impact is done, is viable, and is actionable today. So thank you again. Please give a round of applause for everyone. And now I think we have a little bit of a souvenir for the speakers today, as well as a photo session. Thank you so much, and have a good afternoon and good evening.
Thank you. Jack, thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you to Spark, an insightful panel. Do you mind to please make a few steps forward? Is it okay? Okay, so we have concluded all our programs today, and we're going to have another one tomorrow, approaching the weekend. So don't forget to come back as we have a bunch of sessions to share with you. So I guess we call it a day. Safe travel home, have a quick rest, and bye for now. Thank you.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.